Level 10. Silk sheets chill your skin. You open your eyes at the absolute peak of the aesthetic food chain. Every movement you make is captured by lenses. Every step is dictated by a contract. Your phone explodes with thousands of messages from fans, but these people don't love you. They love a sparkling image. In the marble silence of a VIP restroom, the screen of a phone left behind by your companion lights up. A message from their business partner reads that listening to you speak is absolutely unbearable, but standing next to you makes them look like a god. To them, you are nothing more than expensive inventory, an elite trophy in the display case of vanity. History cannot be rewritten, but you can find out how we got here and what was left behind. Perhaps the truth isn't as obvious as it seems at first glance. Remember, every path brings consequences, and it's up to you to decide how to live. The path is chosen. Level 1. Invisible. The alarm clock wheezes at 4:30 in the morning. You open your eyes in a dark room, physically feeling the heavy burden of the upcoming day. Your morning routine takes exactly 10 minutes because you have no reason to preen in front of the mirror. The world prefers to simply erase this face from its reality. But this absolute social vacuum has a powerful advantage. No one expects anything from you. You possess a frightening crystalline freedom from other people's standards and societal pressure. The commute to work is an hour in a swaying subway car. Even in a crowded train, an empty space forms around you, as if you were transparent. At the sorting warehouse, the hum of the conveyor belt mixes with the dusty air. You monotonously scan barcodes, left entirely alone with your thoughts. During the lunch break, a glitch in the routine occurs. A manager with a tablet rushes past and drops a stack of invoices right at your feet. You instinctively reach out to help, but he steps right over your hand, pretending you don't exist. How would you act in this situation? Swallow the humiliation to keep your job, or make a scene and risk getting thrown out on the street? Think about it. Your shift ends in dead silence. The journey home drags on through the evening dampness and traffic jams. At 8 in the evening, the sticking lock gives way with a nasty scrape, and you eat reheated soup, enjoying the fact that the world has finally left you alone. Level 2. The joke. Target. The loud honk of a street sweeper forces you to throw off the blanket at 6 in the morning. Your stomach clenches with familiar, mild anxiety before stepping outside. Your synthetic uniform highlights every flaw of your figure with its ugly folds. 40 minutes in the tram is a trial. High schoolers in the back row often whisper while looking in your direction. But after years of living on this level, you've developed an impenetrable psychological armor. Words don't cut as deep anymore, and the fear of public embarrassment has atrophied because the worst is already happening. The fluorescent lights burn your eyes behind the supermarket cash register. You scan items on autopilot until a group of noisy teenagers slams a can of energy drink onto the belt. One of them studies your face, nudges his friend, and flashes a wide smirk. The guy points his phone camera right at your face and loudly asks if you slept in a dumpster last night. What is your move in this moment? Snap back and give them a reason to post a video online, or silently scan the can and endure the spit in your face. Make your choice. The evening shift comes to an end, your feet aching in worn-out sneakers. In an empty night bus, you stare at your silhouette in the dark window for a long time. A TV commercial murmurs in the background of your empty apartment as you fall asleep from exhaustion. Level 3, the useful friend at 7 in the morning. Your phone screen lights up with a message from an acquaintance. She asks for a ride to the university. You go down to your car, where the interior greets you with the sharp smell of a cheap air freshener. She drops into the passenger seat, enthusiastically chirping about a party you weren't invited to. The plus side of your position is that you are a trusted confidant, a safe harbor for those around you. People trust you with their secrets and apartment keys, knowing you won't betray them or become romantic competition. In the library, the air smells of dry paper. Your flawless notes draw your classmates to your desk. They flash grateful smiles as they take your notebooks, but quickly disappear. Your acquaintance shows up again, calling you Big Brother, and urgently asks you to fix her laptop. You know that in an hour she will leave for a date with a guy who doesn't appreciate her. How will you react? Spend your time fixing it, remaining stuck in the friend zone, or firmly refuse and risk losing this contact? Decide. Already after dark, you return home, eating dinner in front of your monitor. You go to bed with the realization that your usefulness is your only social currency. Level 4, below average. At 5:30 in the morning, sweat pours into your eyes on the treadmill. Your day is a constant battle against genetics through rigid discipline, strict calorie counting, and expensive suits. And therein lies your main advantage. You are hardworking and focused. Your skills are honed to perfection because nothing is handed to you. In the spacious open-plan office, a heavy folder containing your complex analytical report lands on the desk. During the presentation, you show brilliant charts, but management barely looks up from their smartphones. Your more attractive colleague casually repeats your exact conclusion using different words. The director loudly praises him for his genius idea, while your hard work evaporates into thin air. The meeting is over. The boss points to a mountain of dirty coffee cups and asks you to grab the dishes on your way out. What will you tell your boss? Obediently gather the cups, playing the role of a servant, or start a conflict to defend your professional boundaries? Think about it. In the evening, you ride home in a taxi, listening to an economics podcast. Dried chicken breast and vegetables conclude your productive but emotionally draining day. Level 5, the true middle. The soft ring of your alarm clock bounces off the walls at 7 in the morning. In the mirror, the ultimate default human setting looks back at you, a perfect 0. Your morning routine takes half an hour. Breakfast consists of scrambled eggs and toast. The bus ride is peaceful. No one looks at you with pity or lust. Your main superpower is perfect social camouflage. You can blend into the crowd whenever you want and appear when needed. No extra expectations are placed upon you. In the office, you aren't ignored, but you're never singled out from the crowd either. At lunch, a colleague at the water cooler pours a drink and starts harshly criticizing the company's new policy. Saying words like that could easily cost you your job here, but he demands your honest opinion. What choice will you make? Support the truthful critique and risk getting fired, or give a faceless answer and blend in with the office furniture? The decision is yours. In the evening, you buy a standard set of groceries at the supermarket. The day dissolves into the background noise of a sitcom, and you fall asleep in absolute, safe tranquility. Level 6. Cute sunlight slices through the blinds at 8 in the morning. You spend minimal time getting ready. Clothes fit you perfectly without any effort. On the subway, people instinctively make way for you, and their faces soften during eye contact. At the coffee shop, the barista smiles genuinely and draws a little smiley face on your cup with a marker. The world seems accommodating and soft, but there is a hidden downside. You start taking kindness for granted, and your ambitions gradually fade in this warm comfort. In your boss's office, your actual mistake in a contract is simply crossed out with a pen, accompanied by a friendly pat on the back. During your lunch break walk, a man drops a thick leather wallet into a puddle. A stack of bills sticks out of the purse, but the owner keeps walking. What would you do? Call out to the man, return the money, and validate your pure image, or take the wallet, knowing you'd be forgiven even for this? Think about it. In the evening, your bar date goes smoothly and naturally. You return home and fall asleep with a pleasant feeling of social security. Level 7, Sweet Spot. You open your eyes at the pinnacle of social comfort. A leisurely breakfast with fresh pastries and a cappuccino, followed by a drive to work in your own car, listening to light jazz. In the office hallway, colleagues' heads turn to follow you like magnets. The director hands you the lead on a new project simply because clients find it aesthetically pleasing to look at your face. Security guards yield the best parking spots to you, and flight attendants upgrade you to business class. But this comfort hides a trap of doubt. You never know for sure if people value your professionalism, or if they just want to be near an attractive picture. In the meeting room, a report with your critical calculation error is placed on the table. But the director furiously scolds your less attractive colleague instead. The boss truly believes that an ideal employee cannot make mistakes. What will you do? Admit your mistake, shattering the boss's blind faith, or let an innocent person be fired to save your career? Your move. After working out at an elite fitness club, you have dinner at a fine restaurant. You sleep soundly, trying not to think about the slight aftertaste of phoniness in this success. Level 8, Halo Effect. In a spacious apartment with panoramic windows, you wake up with the thought that your face opens doors before you even speak. Your housekeeper brings you freshly brewed coffee. The crowd at the conference parts before you like you're a star. The audience diligently notes down every mundane sentence you say, automatically attributing genius and power to you. The downside of this level is the budding paranoia. People agree with you out of fear of disappointing you. You lose all objective criticism, and the world begins to unnaturally bend to your whims. In the coffee break area, the head of a rival company places a thick envelope on the table. He offers a huge bribe for a data leak, without even asking for a receipt. Looking at your face, he blindly believes in your nobility, and is certain you won't turn him in. What is your choice in this situation? Take the dirty money, proving your aura has a price tag, or refuse, making a powerful enemy. Think about it. At the evening charity dinner, all eyes are locked on you. From the heights of your luxury apartment, the night city seems absolutely submissive, and you go to sleep in complete silence. Level 9. Intimidating beauty silk sheets chill your skin early in the morning. Your appearance is an armor-piercing weapon, but simultaneously a blank wall separating you from humanity. On the street, the noise of the central avenue quiets down as soon as you appear in the crowd. Passers-by panic and look away at the slightest eye contact. In the office, you are surrounded by an icy vacuum. No one invites you to lunch out of fear of being rejected. Colleagues secretly relish any of your slip-ups, feeling schadenfreude when a deity stumbles. You are untouchable, and this loneliness burns you from the inside worse than poverty at the bottom of the social ladder. By the water cooler, a person you find attractive physically shrinks from insecurity and fear. They are absolutely certain you would never look at them. What will your action be? Speak first, risking scaring the person into stuttering, or walk past, plunging deeper into icy isolation. Make a choice. In the nightclub, the flashes of strangers' phones blind you, but no one dares to simply ask how your day went. Your massive house greets you with silence, and you fall asleep in crystalline loneliness. Level 10, SYMBOL. The cycle completes in the cosmetologist's office, where the morning begins with beauty injections and weighing food down to the milligram. Your body functions as an income-generating corporation. Every step is strictly dictated by contract. A ride in a tinted car is accompanied by endless calls from your PR manager. Your status grants you millions and access to any luxury in the world, but it entirely erases your personality. To society, you are no longer a person. You are a brand, inventory, and a money-making function. A business partner's fingers grip your arm with the tight hold of someone who owns an exclusive item. In the silence of the dressing room, the screen of the phone he left behind lights up. The message reads that listening to you is unbearable, but next to you, he looks like a god. What will you do with this information? Throw a public scandal, destroying the deal and your reputation as a trophy, or swallow the dirt and return to the spotlight with a smile? It's up to you. You adjust your perfect hair in the mirror. Flawless symmetry is paired with absolutely cold eyes. You step out into the camera flashes so that this endless cycle can continue. Jimmy's archive, the screen goes dark, the camera flashes dim, and the glossy illusion shatters. Jimmy's voice sounds dry and calm. We have just objectively dissected the entire anatomy of human perception. You saw how each level sets its own traps and offers its own perks. Why do you need to know the mechanics of how society ranks people by millimeters of facial symmetry? Because right now, this invisible system affects your salary, your social circle, and your level of freedom. Understanding these hidden mechanisms is a tool that will help you stop being a puppet to other people's reactions. Let's open the files and look at the mechanics of reality without illusions. File contact refusal, social invisibility, and ostracism. The first level demonstrated an absolute vacuum. In the cyberball experiment, psychologist Kipling Williams proved a terrifying neurological fact. Social ostracism activates the anterior cingulate cortex of the brain, the area responsible for physical pain. To your gray matter, there is no difference between an injury and being totally ignored by society. Evolution hardwired this code into us. Exile from the tribe meant danger. Psychological first aid. If you feel like empty space, do not try to knock on closed doors. Find your own pack based on interests. If you are ignored at work, become an indispensable professional whose skills speak louder than their face. Recommended to study. Cyberball experiment, Kip Williams. To understand how the brain reacts to isolation and why loneliness feels like physical pain. File perception, error, halo effect, and horn effect. The fourth level devalued your report, and the eighth handed you a bribe on your word of honor alone. In 1920, psychologist Edward Thorndike described a cognitive bias called the halo effect. Our brain latches on to a single bright trait of beauty and automatically attributes intelligence and honesty to the person. The flip side is the horn effect, where average or unattractive looks are subconsciously associated with incompetence. Psychological first aid. Catch yourself when you trust an attractive person too easily. If a cute colleague asks for a favor, ask yourself if you would do the same for a random passerby. Recommended to study. Thorndike Halo Effect Study, 1920, to realize how marketers use the weakness for pretty faces. File price of perfection, beauty penalty, and objectification. The 10th level turned a person into expensive inventory. Barbara Fredrickson's objectification theory accurately describes this golden cage. When society judges a person solely by their facade, their personality is reduced to zero. Here, the beauty penalty also comes into play, destroying careers at the top executive levels. People are subconsciously convinced that the position was obtained for a beautiful silhouette rather than intelligence. Psychological first aid. If you face this, artificially weigh down your professional image. Show your toughness before the other person starts evaluating your looks. Recommended to study. Fredrickson objectification theory, to understand the mechanics of turning a personality into a function. File, broken flower, tall poppy syndrome, and schadenfreude. The 9th level shattered the person against a wall of isolation, where the crowd hates those who break equality. Tall poppy syndrome is society's instinctive desire to cut off the head of the flower that grows to high above the field. People feel hidden schadenfreude when a perfect person stumbles. The fear of being rejected by a deity forces society into preemptive ignoring. Psychological first aid. Don't you dare downplay your merits to soothe other people's insecurities. Gather strong people around you who don't need your downfall to validate themselves. Recommended to study. Tall poppy syndrome, social psychology, to stop fearing other people's envy. File cutting corners, attractiveness heuristic. The 6th and 7th levels rolled out a red carpet of forgiven mistakes. The attractiveness heuristic works as an instant friend or foe filter, where beautiful equals safe. Absolute social comfort atrophies the will to develop and kills ambition. Psychological first aid. Use your social bonuses, but invest your time in hard skills. Gravity and time will eventually defeat any beauty, but skills will remain. Recommended to study. Attractiveness heuristic, cognitive bias, to understand why life seems easy and how not to lose your edge.
Author's word: we live in an era of aggressive visual dictatorship. From smartphone screens, the idea of a perfect facade as a solution to all problems is hammered into us daily. But our investigation revealed the objective underside of this mechanism. Lookism hits both ends of the spectrum. Residents of the lower levels possess freedom but suffocate from social isolation. The elite of the 10th level bathe in luxury but thrash inside golden cages, working as tools for someone else's ego. And the golden middle is a comfortable but temporary balance before the inevitable march of time. The true problem is that our ancient brain is critically lazy and will continue to scan faces in milliseconds. We are doomed to judge a book by its cover, but recognizing this flaw is the first step toward real freedom. Freedom from blindly trusting a pretty picture and from the fear of others' judgments. All information in this video is educational. If you face severe societal pressure, please consult specialists. Go down to the community tab and put your cards on the table. What level of this system are you on? And could you survive at the polar ends of this spectrum? Subscribe to the channel. This was Detective Jimmy and Snail. See you in the shadows.
Level 0 Interrogation Room, Langley, basement in Virginia. You open your eyes. The air smells of plastic from computer towers and ozone from powerful ventilation. There are no windows in the room, only blinding white lights that make your eyes water. You are sitting in a rigid chair. Your chest is strapped with polygraph belts, metal sensors on your fingers, a blood pressure cuff on your forearm. In front of you sits a man with an absolute stone face. He doesn't blink. He stares directly at the sensors, recording your breathing and pulse. On the table lies your questionnaire. The lifestyle polygraph is the gateway to the CIA. The examiner asks questions in a flat, monotonous voice. They dig into your past, your money, your family, your dirtiest secrets. They are looking for compromise, something foreign intelligence can hook you with. If you hide even one shameful detail, the needle on the screen will jump. Your career will end before it even starts. Next to the polygraph lies a clearance form and a pen. You must surrender all your secrets to the system, so it can give you access to other people's secrets. The price of your honesty is lifetime monitoring and a file that will always lie in the security department vault. The price of your secrecy is instant termination and a blacklist in all government agencies. What do? Confess to what you've never told, even your parents, or try to beat the censors, hoping your will is stronger than the machine. Choose, tell the truth, or beat the machine. Level 1, Analyst with Secret Clearance, CIA Headquarters, Langley. Morning. The smell of fresh coffee, furniture, polish, and printing ink. You received a basic clearance, secret. You are an analyst for the Directorate of Analysis. You have great health insurance, a prestigious job, and a stable salary. But your working life is locked in a safe, sensitive, compartmented information facility, a room protected from electronic eavesdropping. The walls are lined with copper sheets. Window vibration silencers are active. Every morning you leave your phone in a locker at the entrance. You spend 10 hours a day in complete informational isolation from the world. Your wife thinks you analyze markets for a government department. You can't tell her that this morning. You compared satellite images and realized a coup is brewing in the desert. You smile at dinner, listening to her work problems, but mentally, you are still in that lead room. In the locker room before leaving, you freeze. On your home phone, which sat there all day, sits a tiny snail in a fedora hat. You shake your head, chalking it up to fatigue from working with spreadsheets, and she disappears. The next day you stand in the corridor with a cup of coffee from the shadows by the vending machine. A man in a beige trench coat watches you. He thoughtfully clicks his pen. On the metal rim of the machine sits that same snail in a This is Detective Jimmy. Jimmy picks up a dropped safety regulation sheet from the floor. Do you know why they ban phones? Jimmy asks quietly. It's not just protection from leaks. It's the beginning of your isolation. The state creates a barrier between your working world and your family. Very soon you will realize that it's easier not to talk to loved ones than to constantly filter every word. Your identity begins to split in two. Level 2, Operative with top secret clearance streets of a foreign metropolis. Gloom, you went further. Your clearance is now top secret. You graduated from the training camp, the farm in Virginia. You are a case officer, a recruiter. Your weapon is not a gun, but psychology. You are in another country, undercover. As a diplomat or a businessman, your goal is to find a foreigner with access to secrets and force him to betray his country. You are targeting a nuclear physicist. He has a sick daughter and huge debts for surgery. He is on the edge of despair. You sit with him in a dimly lit restaurant, playing the role of an understanding friend. In your briefcase is enough cash to save his child, but in return, you ask for files. technical characteristics of centrifuges. You use his weakness. You manipulate his fatherly instinct. You promise him safety. Promise that if a threat arises, the CIA will get his family out to the US. But you know the rules of the game. If local counterintelligence starts tracking him, Langley will order you to cut all contacts immediately. He will be arrested and executed for espionage, and you will just fly home on the next flight with a diplomatic passport. For the system, he is expendable, and you are the hand that uses him. What do? Play on a father's love for a sick child. Recruit him and get the data, knowing you condemn him to mortal risk. Or spare his family, back off, and fail a mission of national importance. Choose, recruit, or spare. Detective Jimmy stands at the intersection, under an umbrella, watching your meeting through the restaurant glass. The snail slowly crawls along the wet menu at the entrance. Classic recruitment. The detective notes, when you go outside, you use the MyCE method, but the price is your own empathy to sleep at night. You will have to convince yourself that this physicist is just a pawn in a chess game. Your brain learns to see people, not as personalities, but as sets of vulnerabilities that can be exploited. Level 3. SEI Access and Special Programs, SAP Closed Sector of CIA Headquarters. Deep Night, you rose to the very top. Your level is SCI, Sensitive Compartmented Information. You work on a special access program, codenamed Avalon. A strict need-to-know principle works here. You cannot discuss your work, even with a colleague from the next office, who also has top secret, unless he is on the Avalon list. You analyze targets for drone strikes in the Middle East. On the thermal imager, you see an object. A group of men enters the building. The facial recognition system gives a match. With a militant leader, the strike order is ready. But you notice a detail. The inner courtyard of the building is filled with children's things. Civilian lives are there. You ask to delay the strike, to double-check the data. Your boss shakes his head. Your job is to confirm target coordinates. Collateral damage analysis is done by another department. You don't have access to their data. Do your part of the instructions. You understand how this machine is built. The whole huge structure is broken into thousands of small, isolated compartments. A person in one compartment presses a button. A person in another analyzes the picture. A person in a third signs the report. None of them feel like a killer, because no one sees the whole picture. Responsibility simply dissolves in bureaucracy. By the way, if you reached this level, it means you like digging into psychology and hidden system mechanisms. YouTube is reluctant to promote such videos, preferring simple background clips. Your like and subscription right now is real help to the channel. A sign to the algorithms that smart content must live. Make that click. We continue. You sit in an empty office after the shift. The thermal image is still before your eyes. The snail sits on the corner of your closed terminal's keyboard. She moves her horns, looking at the blinking LED. Jimmy stands by the window, looking at the dark woods of Langley. Moral buffering, Jimmy says quietly. The system is designed to protect your psyche from guilt. By dividing the process into parts, you become a gear that helps aim missiles, but comforts itself with the fact that it was just processing images. Level 4. Operational Group Leader, Safe House, Mediterranean, Semi-Darkness, 15 years in the system. Your first marriage collapsed because you disappeared on deployments for years, about which you couldn't say a word. Your children grew up considering you cold and strange, always looking right through them. Now you run a station. Young officers are under you. One of your agents on the ground reports. A major deal to transfer encryption codes is being prepared. If you intercept the codes, the US will get access to the correspondence of a dangerous group. But your officer made a mistake. Local police are on his tail. If you order him to proceed and grab the codes, he will almost certainly be arrested. He faces prison and brutal interrogation, but you will have the codes. If you order him to drop everything and run to the safe house, the officer is saved, but the codes will be lost forever, and the enemy's intelligence will change the encryption. Headquarters in Langley demands the codes at all costs. This is a national security priority. Risk is justified. But the officer is a guy you trained yourself at the farm. You know his family. What do? Order the officer to go to the end, risking his life for codes, or violate the directive. Save your man, but fail a critical mission. Choose, get codes, or save the officer. Jimmy sits on the back of a chair in front of the terminal. The snail slowly crawls along the red telephone receiver. Double bind, the detective says coldly. A classic no-win situation. If you save the man, you will be removed from leadership and written off as unfit. If you obey the order and lose him, you will get a promotion, but you will see his face every night. The system always forces a choice, where you lose as a human being either way. Level 5, CIA veteran, the Ghost Country House, Virginia. Day you retired. You have a good pension, a beautiful house in a quiet suburb. You mow the lawn, wave to neighbors, who think you are a sweet, retired bureaucrat. But your brain stayed on duty. You can't sit with your back to the exit in cafes. You instinctively memorize license plates of cars that park on your street twice. Every sudden sound makes your body tense, releasing a shot of adrenaline. But the worst part is the silence. When you are left alone, memories of recruited and abandoned agents start to choke you. You decide to go to a civilian therapist just to talk it out. You sit in a chair. The doctor is ready to listen, but you realize you can't tell him anything specific. You signed a lifetime secrecy agreement, pre-publication review agreement. If you tell the therapist details of operations that break your mind, you violate federal law. You face prison. Your pain is classified. Your trauma belongs to the state. You try to write a memoir, changing names and countries. You send the manuscript to the CIA review board. PRB, 8 months later, you get a stack of sheets back, where entire paragraphs and pages are flooded with black marker. Your life has turned into a set of black stripes. Jimmy stands at your desk, looking at the censored manuscript. The snail sits on your glass of water. Institutional betrayal, Jimmy says quietly. You gave the system your best years, your family, and your mind. But as soon as you retired, you became a leak threat to it. She closed your mouth with a non-disclosure agreement and left you alone with your ghosts. Let's go to the archive. It's time to crack this lock. Archive. Secret room. At dusk, Jimmy sits at a steel desk. Stacks of C-files rise around him like skyscrapers. The snail slowly crawls on the globe. Phenomenon 1. The polygraph as a tool of submission. Confessional polygraph submission. This is not a lie detector, Jimmy says, showing a diagram printout. It is an initiation ritual. The CIA uses the lifestyle polygraph, not to find spies. There are other methods for that. The polygraph's task is to make the candidate voluntarily surrender their most intimate secrets. When you tell a stranger about your shameful deeds, you break your psychological boundaries. You admit that you have nothing private that is hidden from the system. From this moment, the system owns you. Psychological toolkit. If your employer or partner demands full, absolute transparency, trying to control your personal chats or thoughts under the guise of honesty, this is not honesty. This is an attempt to break your personal boundaries for easier manipulation. Always leave a territory inside yourself where no one has access. Google, Lifestyle, polygraph, security clearance, psychological impact. Phenomenon 2. Cognitive gap of SIF isolation, SIF syndrome. Jimmy puts a diagram of a shielded room on the table. SCIF syndrome is a reality for thousands of analysts. The detective continues. When a person spends 10 hours a day in a space, isolated from the outside world, without the ability to contact family, their psyche adapts. The phenomenon of a double life arises. At home, you must be a caring spouse, but you cannot share what really bothers you at work. A wall of silence arises, which slowly kills the marriage. Psychological toolkit. If you cannot talk about the details of your work, share emotions. Instead of facts, talk about feelings. Today was a very hard day. I feel drained. This allows your loved one to stay in emotional contact with you without violating your work commitments. Google secrecy in relationships, psychological distance, couples therapy. Phenomenon 3. Professional Machiavellianism, exploitative recruitment bias. Jimmy pulls out an agent recruitment manual. The snail slowly crawls over the MICE acronym. A CIA operative must be a master of manipulation. Jimmy says he looks for vulnerabilities in people, greed, fear, vanity, and uses them. But this habit quickly becomes a professional deformation. Over time, the operative begins to subconsciously scan his friends, wife, and children, looking for their weak spots to manage them. Psychological toolkit. If your job involves constant negotiations, sales, or managing people, you risk bringing these methods home. Practice conscious helplessness. At home, turn off the control mode. Let your loved ones make decisions and speak openly about your weaknesses without trying to look like an ideal manipulator. Google dark triad traits in espionage operatives, psychology. Phenomenon 4. Moral buffering and diffusion of responsibility. Organizational moral buffering. Jimmy shows a diagram of a CIA department management structure. Compartmentalization is not just secrecy, it is protection from conscience. The detective notes, moral buffering occurs when a complex task is broken into such small steps that no single person in the chain feels personal responsibility for the final result. The person who uploaded data into the program does not feel involved in the explosion on the other end of the earth. Psychological toolkit. In large corporations, this mechanism works constantly. You can write code for an algorithm that ruins people or sell a harmful product, comforting yourself that I'm just doing my job. Always try to evaluate the global consequences of what your company does. Do not let the structure put your personal morality to sleep. Google moral disengagement in bureaucratic structures by Nora. Phenomenon 5. Institutional betrayal and lifetime. Redaction, institutional betrayal, and PRB. Jimmy closes the last censored folder. The snail freezes on a black line. Her horns are tense. A lifetime non-disclosure agreement is a psychological clamp, Jimmy says. A person is designed to talk through their traumatic experience, to free themselves from it. But the CIA, through the PRB review board, literally privatizes your memory. You are forbidden to share your story. You become a hostage of your own head when the organization you gave your life to forbids you to heal your own soul, to save its face. That is institutional betrayal. Psychological toolkit. If you face betrayal from a company that threw you away after years of loyalty, do not try to prove your case to it. The system is soulless. Direct your forces to building your personal circle of support, people who value you as a person, not as an employee with a certain status. Google institutional betrayal trauma. Jennifer Frayed. Jimmy stands up from the table, puts on his hat, adjusts his coat collar. The snail jumps onto his shoulder. 5 security clearance levels. The detective says, 5 ways to erase a person for the safety of the state. Only remember, Real secrets are not kept in Langley vaults. They are kept in the silence of those who survived. Jimmy pauses, looking at the camera. I'm just a detective. If this archive made you think about your life, talk to those who can help. He turns around and walks into the darkness. Subscribe to Detective Jimmy and Snail. Like if you want us to keep opening these folders. See you in the shadows. The light goes out. Only the quiet rustle of the crawling snail is heard.
Author's commentary. Hi. In spy movies, they show us a beautiful picture, suits, expensive watches, car chases. But behind this facade lies a harsh reality. The CIA is an organization that professionally breaks and isolates a person's identity, forcing them to live in a lie, even with their closest ones. When I studied real research on SCIF syndrome and the psychological consequences of passing the polygraph, I realized how deep this trauma is. But this video, as always, is not just about spies. Look at your life. How many of us work in corporations under NDA letters, hiding our stress from loved ones? How many of us burn out at work and turn into emotionless robots at home because of compartmentalization? The system always wants to take you whole. And when you can no longer work, it just deletes you from the database. Do not let any job replace your identity. Write in the comments if you've faced institutional betrayal at your work. Join our community tab on Detective Jimmy and Snail. A discussion of this episode is already underway there. Take care of yourself. And see you in the shadows.
Level 0 jungles of South America. 3 a.m. You open your eyes. The air is thick, sticky, soaked in the smell of rotting leaves and dampness. Around you is the absolute, impenetrable darkness of a primeval tropical forest. You are not wearing your usual American camouflage or helmet. Only local, tattered clothes soaked in mud. In your hands is an old, scratched Kalashnikov instead of your standard M4. Next to you by the fire sit 2 armed guerrillas. You speak to them in their native dialect. You eat their food cooked over coals. You sleep on the bare ground next to them. To them, you are El Gringo, an alien from another world who came to help them overthrow a brutal cartel. But in reality, you are a special forces operator of the U.S. Army, a legendary Green Beret, a specialist in unconventional warfare. Your main task is not just to kill enemies with a sniper rifle. Your task is to build an entire army of locals and make them fight for the interests of your state. You are thousands of kilometers from the nearest American base. No air support, no drones, no medevac. If you are exposed, or if the locals decide to betray you one night, you will disappear in these jungles forever, and no one will come looking for you. Your only armor is your intellect, empathy, and ability to manipulate people. What do you do in this tense moment by the fire? Keep your hand on a hidden pistol, listening to every rustle and expecting a stab in the back from your allies, or relax and laugh at their joke. Blurring the line between the mission and true friendship, choose total paranoia or full immersion. Level 1. Candidate Survival Lesson. Forests of North Carolina. A few years ago, you are going through the Q Course Special Forces Qualification Course, one of the longest, most intellectually demanding, and grueling selections in the world. It lasts over a year. They are not looking for the fastest runners or the best shots here. They are looking for those who can think under colossal pressure. The final phase of selection is called Robin Sage. You and your small team are dropped into the fictional country of Pineland. Your task is to find local guerrillas played by actors and Special Forces veterans and convince them to cooperate with you. You are starving. You haven't slept for 3 days. Your body aches from exhaustion. Your team makes contact with a guerrilla leader deep in the forest. He is aggressive. He demonstratively distrusts Americans. He yells, waves his arms, and suddenly points a weapon at you, demanding you immediately hand over all your scarce medical supplies, or he will shoot you. An ordinary infantryman would just shoot the threat or dive for cover. But you are a future Green Beret. Your primary weapon is not a rifle. Your weapon is empathy. On a pine branch, right above the screaming guerrilla leader's head, sits a small snail in a miniature fedora hat. It slowly, methodically chews a green leaf, completely ignoring the conflict. Nearby, leaning against the damp trunk of an oak tree, stands Detective Jimmy in his beige trench coat with a cigarette in his teeth. Empathy as a tactical weapon, the detective says quietly, flicking the ash. For this man to follow you to certain death, you must understand his pain, his culture, his fears, his motives. Special Forces isn't about shooting targets. It's about social engineering in extreme conditions. If you snap into aggression or pride right now, you fail the selection. You will be sent home. You take a deep breath. Slowly, with open palms, you lower your weapon to the ground and begin long, exhausting negotiations, completely suppressing your ego for the sake of the mission. Level 2. Operator Ghost in the village, Afghanistan, Helmand Province. Present day, you passed the selection. You earned the coveted Green Beret, and now you are part of an operational detachment Alpha Oda. 12 men dropped into a remote, God-forsaken Afghan village surrounded by mountains. Your task is to train local police and protect the village from the Taliban. You have lived here for 6 months without leaving. You grew a thick beard. Your skin has turned dark from the sun and dust. You drink sweet green tea with the local elders for hours, discussing the harvest and their families. You treat their children with antibiotics from your field kit. The line is slowly beginning to blur. You want less and less to return to the large, safe American base, where there are strict regulations, perfectly clean uniforms, air conditioners, and hot showers. Everything there seems artificial, sterile, fake to you. Here, in the mud, you start to understand the language without a translator. You start to think like them. You genuinely become attached to these harsh, war-hardened people. But one night, during a joint patrol of the village perimeter, the young Afghan policeman you shared your rations with and laughed with yesterday suddenly raises his rifle and points it straight at your back. A green and blue attack, a strike from your own. Betrayal. Your trained reflexes fire faster than your thoughts. 2 dry shots. The threat is neutralized. The body falls into the dust. Panic, screaming, and women crying rise in the village. The trust you so carefully built, piece by piece, for 6 whole months, is destroyed in a single second. Level 3. Disillusionment, Robin Hood Syndrome. Command Office on base. 2 months later, you are sitting in a clean, brightly lit office before high-ranking army brass. The village you protected has fallen under enemy control, not because you lost a battle, but because geopolitics changed. Politicians in Washington, in their expensive suits, decided to cut funding for this operation. You were given a direct order to pack up, board the helicopters, and leave, abandoning the locals who believed in you, who risked their lives for you. Jimmy sits in the corner of the office, legs crossed. The snail slowly crawls across the glossy, freshly printed retreat order, leaving a wet trail on it. Robin Hood Syndrome, the detective states with a bitter smirk. You come to the oppressed, playing the noble saviors. You give them hope, you give them weapons, and your officer promises. And then a soulless system forces you to leave, abandoning them to certain death and reprisal. To politicians, it's just a shift in strategy on a global chessboard. But to an operator, it's the deepest moral trauma. You feel like the worst traitor on Earth. You return to the empty barracks. You stare at your green beret for a long time. It used to be the absolute symbol of freedom and honor for you. And now it feels like an unbearably heavy burden of hypocrisy and broken promises. What do? Write your resignation letter, unable to reconcile with the hypocrisy of the system and your nightmares, or cynically lock your emotions behind a steel vault, turning into a robot and preparing for the next mission. Choose, surrender, or become a cynic. Level 4, Alien at Home, massive shopping mall, Texas. Sunday, your long deployment is over. You have returned to the US. You are on a long-awaited vacation. You are walking through a huge, brightly lit shopping mall with your family. Around you, well-fed people argue loudly over discounts on flat-screen TVs. They drink over-sweetened lattes with syrup. They laugh hysterically at stupid videos on their brand-new smartphones. To a normal person, this is a peaceful paradise of safe consumerism. To you, it's a completely alien, disgusting, plastic world. You look at these content, carefree people, and the exhausted faces of the elders in that village flash before your eyes. You remember the dirty streets, the smell of gunpowder, and the constant, ringing tension. And the most terrifying part is you suddenly realize with horror that you miss that dirt. There, at the edge of the world, life had a crystal clear meaning. There was only black and white, life and death, honesty and betrayal. And here, there is only an endless, suffocating, gray void of comfort. You cannot explain to your wife why choosing wallpaper for the bedroom for hours infuriates you. You completely shut down. You become a silent ghost in your own home. Level 5, Psychological Archive, Jimmy's secret archive. Twilight, you walk down the concrete steps into the basement. Cold neon light hums on the ceiling. Jimmy is waiting for you at a metal desk, arms crossed. The snail sits on the spine of a thick cardboard folder stamped Top Secret, Psychological Profile. Green berets are unique in that their primary weapon is not a rifle, but psychology. The detective begins, opening the folder, but when you use human empathy as an instrument of war, it will inevitably ricochet and hit you. Let's see exactly what breaks in this complex mechanism. Phenomenon 1. Cross-cultural adaptation syndrome. Operators live among local tribes for months, sometimes years. Jimmy points to photographs from Afghanistan. To survive and complete the mission, they have to adopt foreign customs, language, and thinking. At some point, the line blurs completely. The operator begins to identify with the local population more than with his American command. He begins to genuinely hate the bureaucrats from Washington and fanatically defend the interests of the Afghans or Colombians to the detriment of orders. This is a form of deep psychological enmeshment, a loss of one's own roots. Psychological first aid. If you work for a long time in a foreign, aggressive, or unusual environment, another country, harsh corporate culture, you risk losing your identity. Always maintain your personal rituals that connect you to your home and your original self. Google. Cross-cultural adaptation syndrome, military. Phenomenon 2. Compassion fatigue. The snail slowly crawls across a photograph of a destroyed mud hut. To earn trust, a Green Beret must genuinely empathize with the locals, participate in their lives. But war is a ruthless meat grinder. When these locals die right before your eyes, your empathy literally burns you from the inside out. A regular infantryman is protected by distance. He simply follows orders. A special forces operator working in the field loses close friends whom he himself recruited for this war. This leads to colossal, destructive emotional burnout. Psychological first aid. Empathy is a great professional tool, but it requires fuses. If your job involves constantly empathizing with other people's pain, doctors, psychologists, rescue workers, social workers, you need strict emotional hygiene and rest. You cannot save others while destroying yourself. Google. Compassion fatigue in special forces. Phenomenon 3. Robin Hood syndrome and institutional betrayal. You come to a village as a liberator. You make promises to the people on behalf of your entire country, Jimmy says, harshly. And then politicians across the ocean decide to change the geopolitical course, and you are recalled. You are forced to abandon your loyal allies to certain death. This breaks the operator's fundamental value system. He becomes a traitor in his own eyes. The unbearable guilt over broken promises haunts them for years, destroying their psyche worse than any bullet. Psychological first aid. Separate your personal responsibility from the cold decisions of a massive system. You did absolutely everything you could within your authority. You are not responsible for the global decisions of the corporation, management, or the state. Google. Moral injury and political betrayal. Phenomenon 4. Reverse culture shock. Jimmy pulls a glossy advertising brochure for that very mall in Texas out of the folder, returning to a well-fed, safe environment after extreme survival. The American culture of mindless consumption seems absurd, empty, and insulting to the veteran. People throw tantrums over a broken air conditioner, while back where he came from, children die of infections and thirst. This cognitive dissonance breeds a dull irritation and hidden aggression toward all civilians. The veteran isolates himself from society because he feels like a lonely alien among the blind. Psychological first aid. Do not invalidate the problems of peaceful people. Yes, they seem petty and ridiculous to you, but this is normal for peacetime. People are not to blame for not seeing war. Find meaning in creating here, not in destroying there. Google. Reverse culture shock combat veterans. Phenomenon 5. Small unit cohesion ODA teams operate in 12-man units, completely detached from the main command. An incredible, superhuman level of trust and brotherhood forms within this small group, but this trust ultimately becomes a lifelong prison. After their service ends, the operator physically cannot find such loyal people in civilian society. No corporate management team will ever replace the brothers you fired back within the mud, sharing the last sip of water. Psychological first aid. Lower your expectations of civilian colleagues. They are not obligated to be ready to die for you. Build new connections based on different peaceful values, shared hobbies, mutual help in the family, creativity. Google small unit cohesion, aftercare psychology. Jimmy slams the heavy folder shut. Green Berets are the intellectual elite of special forces. They use other people's minds to win wars. But their own mind incredibly often becomes the main and only victim of this war. He adjusts his hat, pulling it over his eyes. Drop a like if you understand the depth, and we will continue to open these archives. The light goes out. The snail seamlessly dissolves into the shadows.
Author's note: Hello. Green Berets Army Special Forces are unique, rare individuals. Their official motto is, Die Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed. Their main job is not to run around with a rifle like in the movies. Their job is to become part of a foreign culture, win the absolute trust of the locals, and start a rebellion. But psychology does not forgive playing with empathy. It is impossible to genuinely attach yourself to people, become part of their family, and then abandon them on the orders of politicians without consequences. Many operators return home with crippling guilt. They do not feel guilt for those they killed. They feel guilt for those they tamed but could not protect, and this phenomenon affects far more than just special forces. Reverse culture shock and compassion fatigue are familiar to many of us in everyday life. To doctors, teachers, social workers, psychologists. To everyone who lets someone else's pain pass through them, and then inevitably faces the indifference and bureaucracy of a system. Go to the Community tab on the Detective Jimmy and Snail channel. I have already created a special poll for this episode there. Have you ever experienced a deep disillusionment in a system, for example, in your company when management forced you to break a promise to someone? Thank you for watching us and thinking with us. Our channel is a safe place for complex psychology. Protect your psyche. Do not let corporations and systems burn your empathy to ash. This was the Detective Jimmy and Snail channel. See you in the shadows.
Level 0 Creech Air Force Base, Nevada Desert. Early morning, you open your eyes. The air smells of Nevada dust and cheap coffee from a thermos. You are sitting behind the wheel of your SUV. The desert rushes past the window. In 40 minutes, you will pass the gate of Creech Air Force Base, Creech AFB. You'll park, show your pass, and enter the GCS ground control station. A windowless steel container packed with servers. Inside, it's always freezing cold from the powerful air conditioners. You will sit in the seat, put on your headset, and grab the joystick. HOTAS, you are a pilot of the MQ-9 Reaper military drone. Your aircraft is currently flying over the Middle East, 10,000 kilometers away from you. Most people think your job is a video game. You sit in safety, pressing buttons. No risk to your life, no bullets flying over your head. But they don't understand one thing. An F-16 fighter pilot drops a bomb at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour and flies away. He only sees a cloud of smoke, but you hover over the target for hours, days, weeks. Today is your first combat mission. The door to the container is open. The commander is waiting for you to log into the system. What do? Enter the dark container to start your remote war, or turn around, realizing you are not ready to kill people. Staring at a monitor from a safe suburb of Las Vegas, choose, log into the war, or walk away. Level 1, the unblinking eye, GCS, container, semi-darkness, hum of servers, you are inside. On the screen's higher resolution infrared image, your target is a militant commander. You've been conducting surveillance on him, pattern of life, for 2 weeks now. You know him better than his own wife does. You know what time he drinks tea on the roof. You see how he hugs his children before leaving. You notice that he limps on his left leg. This is not a faceless dot on the radar. This is a person with a routine, habits, and family. Today, the order sounds over the radio from the Pentagon. Target confirmed. Cleared to engage. You align the crosshairs of the laser designator with the pickup truck he just got into. But in the back seat of the pickup, you notice a heat signature. It is small. It is a child. Intel over the radio screams. It's not a child. It's a dog or a thermal anomaly. Shoot, or he will enter a densely populated area, and we will lose him. Your finger is on the trigger. If you shoot, you will destroy a dangerous terrorist. But you might kill a child, whom you saw in the infrared light. If you abort the attack against Intel orders, the terrorist will escape and organize a new attack tomorrow, and you will be suspended from flying for disobeying an order. What do? Press the button, trusting Intel, and wiping the pickup off the face of the earth, or take your finger off the trigger, saving the possible child. But letting the target escape, choose, strike, OR, abort, attack. In the corner of the monitor, right on the frame of the screen, sits a tiny snail. She slowly moves her antennae, looking at the heat signature of the pickup truck. Behind your shoulder stands a man in a beige trench coat. This is Detective Jimmy. Violence, voyeurism, Jimmy says quietly, looking at the screen. Remote warfare is paradoxical. You are in absolute physical safety, but the psychological distance is zero. Infrared cameras of modern drones are so good that you see how a person finishes their cigarette before dying. You become an intimate witness to his life, and then his executioner. Level 2, Battle Damage Assessment, BDA, same room. 15 seconds after launch, you pressed the button. The AGM-114 Hellfire missile has left the rails. Flight time is 15 seconds. These are the longest 15 seconds of your life. You look at the screen. The terrorist suspects nothing. He drives along a dusty road. You know he is already dead. Physics just hasn't delivered the news to him yet. A flash. The screen is flooded with white light. The pickup turns into a glowing cloud of metal. A normal pilot would fly back to base. But you are a Reaper pilot. Your task is BDA, Battle Damage Assessment. You are required to hover over the blast site for another 2 hours. You must zoom the camera in to the maximum. You see people running to the burning wreckage of the car. You see a woman who falls to her knees in the dust and beats her hands against the ground. In high resolution, you document the fatal aftermath to confirm the success of the strike. Nausea rises inside you. Your brain screams, begging you to look away, to switch the camera to the empty desert. If you turn away, you will violate protocol and fail to gather data for analysts. If you continue to look at this horror in macro, this frame will be burned into your retina forever. What do? Force yourself to look at the aftermath, methodically executing the BDA protocol, or turn the camera away, violating the order. To save what is left of your sanity, choose. Watch the consequences or look away. Jimmy leans against the server rack. The snail crawls along the camera's zoom button. Witness trauma. The detective's voice is devoid of emotion. You cannot close your eyes. Technology has stripped war of its merciful blindness. In past wars, a soldier killed and moved on. Here, the system forces you to stay at the crime scene and examine the results of your labor in 4000 resolution. This is a surgical destruction of empathy. By the way, if you are watching this video, it means you are drawn to the real underside of military professions, not the Hollywood version. YouTube often hides such formats because they don't entertain but make you think. Your like and subscription right now is a real signal to the system that smart content must live. Make that click. Moving on. Level 3. Cognitive RIFT, Las Vegas suburb. 40 minutes later, your shift is over. You step out of the steel container. The bright Nevada sun blinds you. The air is hot. It smells of asphalt. You get in your car and drive home. You turn on the radio. Pop music is playing. 40 minutes ago, you killed the man on the other side of the planet and watched his wife gather his remains in the dust. And now you are stuck in traffic on the I-15 highway. You walk into the house. Your wife is frying pancakes. Your 6-year-old daughter runs up and grabs your leg. Daddy, did you buy me the cereal you promised? Your hands are still shaking from the adrenaline of the combat flight. Your brain physically cannot process this transition. Between the battlefield and your living room, there is no ocean, no months of sailing on a ship, only a 40-minute drive in a Ford F-150. Your wife notices your blank stare. Honey, what happened? You look pale. Problems at work. By law, you have no right to tell her anything. The operation is classified. If you tell her what the fatal impact of a hellfire looks like, you will violate the NDA and dump your hell onto her. If you stay silent and smile, everything is fine, just tired. You will build an impenetrable wall between you. What do? Break down and tell her the truth, risking your career and traumatizing her mind, or lock this horror inside you, wearing the mask of a normal husband and father. Choose, tell the truth, or lock it inside. Jimmy sits on the kitchen table, next to the box of cereal. The snail is frozen on the shiny surface of the toaster. Absolute cognitive dissonance, Jimmy says. A traditional soldier goes to war for a year. His psyche adapts to survival mode. But a drone pilot makes the transition from executioner to caring father every day, on schedule. This pendulum swings the nervous system until it breaks. You no longer belong to the war, nor to your home. Level 4. Remote PTSD and Preventable Betrayal Psychiatrist's Office. 3 years later, you can no longer fly. You don't sleep at night. You dream of infrared silhouettes blowing to pieces. Your hands shake. Your marriage is hanging by a thread. Because you've become an aggressive, withdrawn robot, you go to a military psychiatrist. They diagnose you with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, but the system refuses to understand you. Old infantry veterans laugh behind your back. What PTSD? You sat in an air-conditioned chair in Vegas. Nobody ever shot at you. Command writes you off. You don't get the same benefits and respect as the guys who returned from Afghanistan without legs. They think you're a faker, someone who played too many video games. But your trauma is real. Your casualties are real. You killed more people than any infantryman, but society denies you the right to trauma. You are completely alone. Jimmy stands by the doctor's office window. The snail crawls along your medical report. Trauma without danger, the detective quietly notes. Moral injury. Your body was safe, but your soul was on the battlefield. The institutional betrayal lies in the fact that the army hired you to kill, but refused to recognize the price your psyche paid. Let's go to the archive. It's time to bring this to the screen. Archive, secret room. At dusk, Jimmy sits at a steel desk. The only source of light is a dim desk lamp, and the glow of multiple monitors around the snail sits on the drone joystick. Jimmy takes the remote control. Phenomenon 1. Violence, voyeurism, and target intimacy. A sniper sees the target for a few seconds through the scope. Jimmy says, a drone pilot observes the target for weeks. This is called pattern of life. You know what food the terrorist prefers, how he pets his dog, how he argues with his wife. A false sense of intimate closeness arises. One-sided empathy. Killing someone whose life you studied so closely is psychologically devastating. Psychological first aid. If your job requires constant observation of others' private lives, like in security services, content moderation, or HR, strictly limit your emotional involvement. Depersonalize the object of observation. Otherwise, other people's dramas will become yours. Google unblinking eye, drone psychology, intimate surveillance. Phenomenon 2. Damage assessment trauma, BDA trauma. Jimmy switches the monitor. On the screen, static from the infrared camera. The problem is not the shot itself. The problem is what happens after. The detective notes. Battle damage assessment. After the strike, the pilot is required to hover over the target for hours, examining the destruction in high resolution. This contradicts the human fight-or-flight instincts. The brain demands to turn away from the source of shock, but the protocol forces you to look. This is a guaranteed path to post-traumatic disorder. Psychological first aid. Do not force yourself to watch what traumatizes you, unless there is a vital necessity, like doom scrolling or videos of disasters. The human psyche is not designed to consume pain in high resolution on a daily basis. Google drone operators, BDA psychological trauma. Phenomenon 3. Cognitive time rift. Jimmy takes the car keys. A traditional soldier returns from war on a ship. He has weeks to adjust, Jimmy says. A drone pilot has 40 minutes on the highway. He switches between the mode of executioner and the mode of caring father on schedule. This pendulum swings the psyche, creating absolute cognitive dissonance. Emotions are dull. A feeling arises that neither the war nor the family is real. Psychological first aid. Never bring heavy work stress home without a buffer zone. Create a transition ritual. A run after work, 15 minutes in the car, in silence. A shower. Your brain needs a physical action to switch context. Google commuter war, cognitive dissonance, psychology. Phenomenon 4. Moral injury and warm chair. The snail slowly crawls along the medical form. PTSD without physical danger. Jimmy taps his finger on the paper. Society is used to thinking that PTSD only comes from fear for your life. But drone pilots suffer from moral injury, the destruction of core moral beliefs. Due to actions committed, society denies them empathy, calling them cowards, playing video games. This stigmatization drives pilots into deep depression and isolation. Psychological first aid. Your psychological traumas do not require confirmation by physical scars. If you burned out or broke down in an outwardly safe office job due to a massive burden of responsibility, you have every right to professional help. Google warm chair, PTSD, moral injury, drone pilots. Jimmy stands up. The screen behind him goes dark. He adjusts his trench coat. The snail jumps onto his shoulder. Technology made war safe. for the bodies of soldiers, but it made it 1,000 times more toxic for their minds. Jimmy looks into the camera. Subscribe to the Detective Jimmy and Snail channel. Like the video if you had the courage to watch to the end, and see you in the shadows. The lights in the room go out. Only the quiet hum of servers remains.
Author's note: hello. The profession of a drone operator seems like the perfect war of the 21st century. Clean, safe, remote. But studies show a frightening thing. The rate of depression, PTSD, and suicidal thoughts among Air Force pilots sitting in containers in Nevada is the same, and sometimes higher, than among infantrymen on the front line. Why? Because the infantryman shoots to protect himself. His survival instinct is working, but a drone pilot kills cold-bloodedly, from afar, examining the life of his victim in detail before the shot, and then goes home to have dinner with his family. This breaks the human psyche on a fundamental level. I am sure many of you have experienced a similar dissonance. How many times have you faced heavy stress at work, and then opened the front door at home, and forced yourself to put on a smile for your loved ones? How many times have they told you that your problems are nothing, because you just sit at a computer? Write in the comments. We all have something to share. Go to the community tab on the Detective Jimmy and Snail channel. I've launched a new poll based on this video. Take care of yourself, and see you in the shadows.
In 2026, massive power grid failures are becoming a harsh reality. From Texas to California, extreme weather conditions are constantly testing the limits of America's aging energy infrastructure. What do you do if the lights go out, not just for a few hours, but for an entire week? Let's break down the science of urban survival during a complete blackout. Number 1. The evaporative fridge hack. Your refrigerator will stop holding its temperature just for hours after the power goes out. The golden rule is do not open the door unless absolutely necessary. To save your most critical food items, use the evaporative cooling method, also known as a Zier pot. Take 2 unglazed terracotta clay pots of different sizes. Place the smaller pot inside the larger one, and fill the gap between them with wet sand. Put your food inside and cover the top with a damp cloth. According to the laws of thermodynamics, as the water evaporates, it pulls heat out of the inner chamber. This can drop the internal temperature by 15 degrees Celsius, 27 degrees Fahrenheit, keeping your food fresh. Number 2. Safe urban illumination candles are a massive fire hazard during a blackout. Instead, use solar-powered garden lights. During the day, place them outside or by a sunny window, and bring them inside at night. It is an absolutely safe, free, and reliable source of light. Another great hack is strapping a headlamp to a plastic jug of water. The water will diffuse the beam, turning the jug into a bright, safe, ambient lantern that lights up the whole room. Number 3. The water heater reserve during a massive blackout. Municipal water pumps may fail, leaving your faucets completely dry, but you have a massive hidden reservoir right in your home, your water heater. A standard US home water heater holds anywhere from 40 to 80 gallons, 150 to 300 liters of clean drinking water. Locate the drain valve at the very bottom of the tank. Attach a garden hose to it, or simply place a clean bucket underneath. This water is completely safe to drink and will keep you hydrated for days. Number 4. The digital blackout and satellite SOS. We are used to relying on our smartphones, but cell towers will die as soon as their backup batteries run out, usually in 4 to 24 hours. You will find yourself in a total information vacuum with no cell service or navigation. Always download offline maps of your area on Google Maps ahead of time. For news, keep a hand crank radio at home, tuned to NOAA weather frequencies. But how do you call for help if there is no network? Use satellite SOS, starting with the iPhone 14 and newer Android flagships. This feature is built right into the system. If you are out of cell range and try to dial 911, an emergency text via satellite button will appear on the screen. You need to step outside, away from tall trees and buildings, and simply point your phone at the sky, following the radar on the screen. You won't be making a voice call. The phone will prompt you with short, multiple-choice questions about your emergency and send a compressed text packet to responders, along with your exact coordinates. Number 5. The DIY smartphone generator. What if your power banks are dead and you desperately need your phone for emergency communication or a flashlight? Can you generate electricity for an iPhone using improvised materials? Yes. The easiest way to charge a smartphone in a blackout is to build a circuit using a 9-volt battery, a metal pen spring, and a USB car charger adapter. Place the metal spring against the negative terminal of the 9-volt battery and the side metal contact of the car adapter. Then press the bottom center pin of the adapter against the positive terminal of the battery. Plug in your cable and your phone will start charging. Also, don't forget that your car's battery is essentially a giant power bank. Even if your car is out of gas and the engine won't start, the 12 volts electrical system can charge your phones for weeks through the standard cigarette lighter port. Number 6. The cashless trap. In the cashless society of 2026, a power outage means Apple Pay and credit card terminals are dead. Even if a local grocery store is running on a backup generator, they won't be able to process your card. The solution is to always keep an emergency stash of cash at home. Make sure to keep it in small bills, $1, $5, $10, and $20. During a crisis, cashiers won't have change for a $100 bill, meaning you will either overpay or walk away empty-handed. Number 7. Remote work and information hubs. Many people worry about their remote jobs and where to find out when the power will return. Do not try calling the power company. Their lines will be completely jammed. Listen to local AM/FM radio stations instead. As for remote work and charging your devices, critical infrastructure like hospitals, fire stations, and large public libraries are required by law to have massive industrial diesel generators. During severe blackouts, local authorities often convert them into cooling and charging hubs. But let's be realistic. If the blackout drags on for more than a week, you won't be able to maintain your remote job locally. The only viable solution to keep working is to temporarily relocate to relatives or a co-working space in a neighboring county where the grid is still up. Number 8. High-rise versus suburbs. Surviving a blackout in the suburbs compared to a downtown metropolis are two completely different scenarios. In downtown high-rises, life stops instantly. Elevators shut down. If you live above the 5th floor, carrying heavy buckets of water up the stairs will become an exhausting ordeal. Water pumps also fail, meaning toilets stop flushing immediately, and the dense asphalt causes the city to overheat rapidly. In the suburbs, surviving is much easier. You have ground access. You can safely start a fire to cook in your backyard, and you can harvest rainwater from your roof. However, there is a massive catch. When restoring the grid, utility companies always prioritize downtown areas because that is where critical hospitals and communication nodes are located. Because of this, residential suburbs might be left in the dark for much longer. Number 9. Urban sanitation. As we just mentioned, if the water pumps stop, Poor sanitation will become your biggest health threat by day 2. The solution for apartments: start collecting gray water, the water left over from washing your hands or melting ice in the fridge. Use this strictly for manually flushing the toilet. If you have no water at all, use the proven dry toilet method. Stock up on heavy-duty 13 to 30-gallon trash bags beforehand, and line your dry toilet bowl with a bag. After each use, cover the waste with sawdust or kitty litter to instantly block odors and kill bacteria. Number 10. Security and the gray man rule. When the streets plunge into darkness, security cameras, electronic locks, and alarms go dead. This creates a natural fear of looting. How do you protect yourself? The ultimate security rule is the gray man strategy. This means blend in and do not advertise your supplies. If your entire street is sitting in pitch black darkness, do not turn on a blazing 1,000 lumen camping lantern in your living room. That light will be visible from a mile away and instantly makes your house a target. Use blackout curtains to completely hide any light inside your home. The absolute best defense is your community. Get to know your neighbors beforehand. Neighborhoods that band together, block off entrances, and organize joint patrols are almost always bypassed by criminals. Number 11. The surge protection rule. Many people panic about losing power, but completely forget about the moment it finally comes back on. The biggest mistake you can make is leaving your electronics plugged into the wall, waiting for a miracle. When utility workers restore the grid, a massive power surge can shoot through the lines. This surge can instantly fry your expensive TVs, computers, and refrigerator. The basic survival rule: the second the power goes out, immediately unplug every device from the wall. Leave only one small, cheap lamp plugged in and turned on. When that lamp lights up, you will know the grid is stable and you can safely plug everything else back in. Now, let's dive into the theory. Why do these massive blackouts happen in the US in the first place? In physics, this is known as a cascading failure. The US power grid is a giant interconnected web. When extreme heat or a severe winter storm causes a massive spike in demand, everyone turns on their AC or heaters at once. A single substation gets overloaded. To prevent catching fire, it automatically shuts itself down, but all of its electrical load is instantly transferred to the neighboring station. That station can't handle the sudden surge either and shuts down, triggering a domino effect across the entire region. This is exactly the constant threat facing the isolated ERCOT grid in Texas. And it is exactly what happens during major weather anomalies. How did ancient civilizations survive without refrigerators in extreme heat? Humans survived without electricity for thousands of years using brilliant engineering. For example, the ancient Persians built yakhchuls, massive domed structures. They used the physics of evaporative cooling and wind catchers to store ice right in the middle of the scorching desert all summer long. Early American pioneers heavily relied on root cellars. They knew that the temperature of the earth just a few feet underground is always perfectly stable, around 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. This was cold enough to keep meat, vegetables, and cheese fresh for months without a single kilowatt of energy. If you enjoy this format of survival through the lens of science, make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss our next helpful videos. Let us know in the comments if you have a backup plan at home for a blackout. Thanks for watching. Stay safe and be prepared for anything. Level 0 Veterans Medical Center. Early morning, you open your eyes. A cold white ceiling presses down on you from above. The sharp smell of medical antiseptic and old linoleum fills the air. Ventilation pipes hum loudly behind the gray wall. You sit in a hard plastic chair in the waiting room. Around you, dozens of men sit silently with empty eyes. Their hands once held combat weapons on the front line. Now they hold crumpled paper cups of cold coffee. You look down and stare at your palms. Your broad hands are covered in tough calluses from carabiners. Thin white scars from medical needles are visible on the skin. These hands stitched deep open wounds in the burning desert. You inserted breathing tubes into the throats of wounded soldiers by touch. All of this happened under heavy, direct enemy fire. Now your fingers tremble slightly on your knees, and you cannot stop this nervous shaking. A poster with a veterans helpline hangs on the wall opposite. Red numbers of the psychological support hotline blur before your eyes. Your maroon PJ beret lies at home in a locked drawer. Next to it, a winged metal PJ badge gathers dust, along with shiny medals that you will never wear again. The country awarded you every possible mark of distinction. But the system cannot give you back normal human sleep. In 20 years of dangerous service, you saved 317 lives. You clearly remember the face of every soldier you saved. But the name of one person does not let you breathe easily at night. It is the name of the wounded man you could not pull out of hell. A nurse quietly calls your queue number. You stand up heavily from the plastic chair. Your knees creak and your back aches from old compression injuries. You walk slowly down the long corridor of the hospital. People walk past you, and posters call to serve the country. The same heavy question spins inside your head. How did a rescuer, whose sole mission was to give life to others, end up completely unable to save himself? But why? I would give you a choice, but this story cannot be rewritten on the go. Your path was chosen long ago. Let us see how you arrived at this point. Starting with the very first step. Level 1, Candidate Lachlan Training Center. Early morning at 4:30 in the morning. A sharp instructor's whistle tears through your sleep. This sound hits your nerves like a steel needle. You instantly slide off the hard military cot onto the floor. Your bare feet are shocked by the icy concrete of the barracks. The sharp smell of chlorine from the pool has soaked into everything here. This smell will haunt you for the next 2 years of selection. 50 candidates in the Air Force Special Operations line up in the hallway. You all came here to earn the title of pararescuer, to become an elite operator of the Search and Rescue Service, a PJ. This is the only unit created to preserve lives. The sacred motto of the rescuers is stamped on your dog tags, that others may live. But right now, you do not care about grand slogans. One wrong move in the water, and you will be dropped. The candidates run 3 miles to 4.8 kilometers in heavy combat boots. The wet and humid Texas air chokes your lungs with every breath. 2 guys fall behind the pace of the group in the first mile. The instructor does not scream or urge the stragglers on. He just silently writes their numbers in his notebook. And this cold silence scares you more than any screaming. A huge pool greets you with the smell of chemicals and echoes. The water seems crystal clear and hostile. Instructors tie your hands behind your back with a strong strap. Your ankles are bound with a tight knot, and you are pushed into the water. You fall to the bottom of the 4 meters, 13 feet deep pool without a mask or fins. You must surface and catch your breath. Then do a flip underwater and swim to the edge. Your exhausted body instinctively fights for life. Every reflex demands that you break the straps and take a breath. But you suppress the panic with a voluntary effort. You work your body smoothly and methodically underwater. Next to you, a candidate from Ohio loses control. The guy starts thrashing in the water and choking from panic. The instructor quickly pulls him by the collar onto the tile. The failure coughs up water and silently walks to the locker room. His participation in the selection is over forever. More than 80% of candidates weed out at this stage, and you understand this harsh statistic perfectly. During the lunch break, you sit before a tray in the dining hall. Dry rice and boiled chicken breast have no taste. You quickly throw the food into yourself for the necessary calories. A strong candidate from Texas, with calloused hands, sits nearby. He quietly talks about his father, who died in service. The guy came to the rescuers so that other kids would not lose their fathers. His words echo in you with a personal, hidden pain. During the afternoon training, buddy breathing starts underwater. You and your partner share one breathing mouthpiece between the two of you. One breath is made by him. Then he passes the regulator to you. You have been hanging in the deep for over 20 minutes under pressure. Suddenly, the instructor swims up and rips the mouthpiece from your hands. Your partner is too far away, and the air in your lungs has run out. You have exactly 3 seconds to make a decision. Dive without air deep to your partner, risking loss of consciousness, or surface to the water level for a life-saving breath of oxygen. Level 2. Cone Moody AFB. Early morning. 2 years of inhuman training are left behind. You successfully passed through the entire school of survival and medicine. You learned to jump with a parachute from a great height into the dark, and perform complex surgical procedures in field conditions. You finally put on the coveted maroon rescue beret. But at the operational base, experienced operators call you a cone to them. You are just a useless novice without experience. Your beret is clean, and your real combat experience is 0. At 4 in the morning, you wake up in a half-empty rental apartment. Only a cheap coffee maker and a bedstand in the room. You did not furnish the place, knowing about the quick deployment to war. A hot shower washes away the remains of sleep and fatigue. You quickly pull on your green flight suit. 12 minutes later, your car drives onto the guarded base. Dark silhouettes of transport helicopters stand around. In the briefing room, it smells of cheap, strong coffee. A senior operator with a gray beard explains today's task. A training jump into a swamp to search for a pilot lies ahead. You will practice the evacuation of a wounded man to complete automation. A heavy helicopter rises into the gray Georgia sky with a roar. A slight vibration from the rotors passes through your body to the bone. You sit at the open hatch and look at the green swamp below. A jump into the muddy water of the swamps knocks the breath out of you. You drag a heavy mannequin weighing 80 kilograms to 176 pounds through the reeds under clouds of midges. A heavy radio on your shoulder rubs your skin to blood. You transmit the coordinates of the evacuation point in a hoarse voice. This is an exhausting routine that must become your essence. In the dining hall after training, the senior operator sits nearby. He says that a real combat deployment will break your soul. You nod back at him, thinking you are ready for anything, but you are highly mistaken in your strength. At 3 in the morning, the base is shaken by the wail of a combat siren. You pull on your gear and run to the helicopter in half a minute. The helicopter's rotors are already spinning on the runway. Operational data of the combat mission is transmitted over the radio. An Allied fighter has been shot down over hostile mountain territory. The wounded pilot ejected and is hiding from enemy search groups. The helicopter hovers over a dark gorge and you jump to the ground. The night vision device paints the whole world in green tones. You make your way through thick brush toward the beacon signal. In a ravine, you find the wounded pilot with a cracked helmet. The man looks at you with wild, primitive fear in his eyes. This look makes you forget all the training manuals. You see before you just a frightened human on the edge of death. You quickly inject a strong painkiller into his thigh. Methodically, you apply a splint to the broken limb. The pilot begins to rave and quietly whispers a woman's name. You hoist him onto your back and carry him to the landing point. 100 kilograms to 220 pounds of weight with gear presses on your shoulders. You drag the wounded man into the helicopter and hold his hand. You monitor the pilot's life support instruments. His pulse stabilizes. The danger to his life has passed. You look at your hands, stained with mud and blood, and you feel an incredible rush of strength and clarity of mind. You realize that you have found your true calling in life. But the experienced senior operator looks at you without a smile. He knows that your first victory is the most dangerous trap. Level 3, Operator Afghanistan Plateau, Deep Night. 3 years and several heavy combat deployments have passed. You are no longer a green novice. You are an experienced rescuer. On your personal account are 47 saved lives. Each time you fell from a helicopter straight into road dust and fire, and carried wounded soldiers on yourself under the cover of armor. You remember the face of everyone you could not deliver to the hospital. Today your 48th rescue mission begins. A convoy of Army Rangers blew up on a roadside bomb in the mountains. 7 soldiers received heavy wounds of varying severity. The helicopter hovers in the air, and you descend on a cable. Dust from the rotors blinds your eyes, and shots echo around. You run to the burning wreck of the convoy's armored vehicle. The first wounded man has a severe penetrating wound to the abdomen. His pulse is critical. The guy is bleeding out before your eyes. The second soldier is unconscious with a severe injury to both legs. The wounded man's pressure is falling. He needs an urgent amputation. The evacuation helicopter can take only 1 soldier. You stand on your knees between 2 dying soldiers. 2 IVs are in your hands, and you are forced to make a choice. The guy wounded in the stomach looks at you with a plea for rescue. A photograph of loved ones fell out of the pocket of the unconscious soldier. You evaluate the chances of both according to a strict medical protocol. The one who can be delivered alive to the operating room flies first. You clip the carabiner to the stretcher of the unconscious wounded man. The soldier with the stomach wound understands your terrible decision. He does not scream, but just quietly closes his eyes in the dark. You remain with him on the ground to wait for the next flight. These 20 minutes of waiting seem like an endless eternity to you. You hold his hand and constantly change the bandages. The second helicopter takes you. The guy survives in the hospital. But returning to the base, you do not feel the joy of rescue. You feel only the heavy lead of the decision made. And this burden will remain with you for the rest of your life. Level 4. Leader, Northern Iraq Desert. At dusk, 8 years of service turned you into a rescue group commander. 4 young, eager guys serve under your leadership. They look at the world with the same clean eyes that you once did. Today, your team flies out for the evacuation of a special forces group. The landing zone is under a tight mortar attack. You send 2 young PJs forward into the very heat of the battle. You stand at the map for the first time and coordinate their actions. And you understand how hard it is to send other people to death. The radio on your shoulder explodes with a panicked report from a soldier. The heavy wounded man has a collapsed lung from a chest wound. He needs urgent lung decompression with a special needle. The young rescuer has never performed this procedure in combat. He begs you to come down and do everything yourself. But if you leave the headquarters, the management of the operation will collapse. You must choose: run to rescue yourself, dropping the radio, or force your subordinate to perform the deadly work. You grit your teeth and give a harsh order over the radio. The seconds of waiting in the headquarters stretch like hours. Finally, the radio crackles with a report that the procedure was successful. All the wounded are delivered to the hospital alive. In the evening at the base, the young PJ silently sits down next to you. He admits that he was dreadfully afraid of making a mistake. You silently look at the sunset and understand his state. The guy just took his first step along your road, and from this path, he is no longer destined to step aside. Level 5. Guardian Houston apartment. Early morning, the alarm clock insistently rings at 6 o'clock in the morning. You wake up in an absolutely empty bedroom of your apartment. Your wife left, tired of living with an emotionally cold husband. 3 bottles of pills stand on the nightstand by the bed. You take them for back pain and constant anxiety. The smell of morning coffee causes you a slight nausea. The brain associated this smell with pre-flight preparations for war. But you drink it through force, out of old habit. You drive your car to the hospital for war veterans. Around you drive ordinary people who laugh and listen to music. They do not know that you woke up at night from your own scream. You dreamed again of choosing between the wounded in the dust. In the waiting room of the hospital, you take a ticket and sit in line. A crippled young soldier with a leg prosthesis sits nearby. You peer into his face, trying to remember. Perhaps it was he whom you once pulled from the wreckage of a car. But faces and names have long erased from your memory. Only the number 317 remains on paper. The doctor in the beige office asks about your well-being. You habitually lie that you feel good, because the truth about your pain is impossible to tell a doctor. You step onto the parking lot under the scorching Houston sun and look at the peaceful life of the people you protected. You sit in your car and look at an old photo. There, your combat team smiles into the camera lens. One of them is no longer alive to broke their destinies, and you sit alone and cannot start the car engine. You understand that saving other people's lives in war is your personal life sentence in peacetime. Jimmy's archive. The screen darkens. A dim lamp casts a weak yellow light on the concrete walls. A medical atlas lies open on the steel desk. Nearby stands a glass of cold water covered in droplets. Detective Jimmy sits in his beige trench coat opposite. The Snail, in a small felt coat, sits on the folder with the case. Jimmy slowly takes the glass and takes a small sip. Pararescue operators are unique people in the military system. Their job consists exclusively of preserving life. But when you constantly work in the epicenter of death, your own mind inevitably suffers a deep crack. Let us break down the materials of this case in order. The Helmand situation, triage guilt. The Snail slowly crawls on the desk between 2 folders. It stops exactly in the middle and freezes. Remember that terrible choice on your knees in the dust of Helmand, when you decided which of the wounded to evacuate first. Medical triage is created to save the maximum number of people. But the human psyche does not obey dry mathematics. Any decision in combat, a harsh conflict arises between duty and empathy for the wounded. This internal split does not pass without a trace for the mind. It returns years later in the form of nightmares and self-blame. Psychological first aid. If you carry a burden of guilt for a heavy choice in your life, professionals recommend writing down only the facts of that second. If you carry a burden of guilt for a heavy choice in your life, professionals recommend writing down only the facts of that second. Exclude everything you learned about the consequences later. You will see that you did the maximum possible at that moment. Google triage, guilt, moral injury. This will help you understand the nature of your false guilt. The Moody situation, the Messiah trap. The Snail slowly climbs to the very top of the stack of documents. It freezes there in splendid isolation at a height. It freezes there in splendid isolation at a height. Remember that intoxicating feeling after saving the first pilot, when it seemed to you that you had found the absolute meaning of life. Psychologists call this condition the Messiah syndrome. A person begins to value himself only when he saves others. You start living from one call to the next, abandoning your family. Peaceful routine seems gray and completely meaningless to you. Without a dose of adrenaline and other people's pain, you feel empty. Psychological first aid. If your self-esteem is tied only to helping others, and without other people's problems, you feel useless and empty. Try to find value in your own simple personal desires. Learn to be valuable to yourself just because, without heroics. Google Savior Complex Psychological Burnout. This will help you notice the development of an active addiction. The convoy situation. Vicarious traumatization. The snail crawls down and stops on the drawing of the spine. It freezes on the image of the nerve endings of the atlas. A regular soldier sees the consequences of a battle from the side, but a rescuer literally plunges his hands into another's wound. You physically feel the pulse of a dying person with your fingers, and your brain completely absorbs another's terror and suffering. This process is called the syndrome of vicarious traumatization. The psyche is destroyed from contact with another's deadly pain. Doctors, firefighters, and rescuers constantly burn out from this. Psychological first aid. If your professional activity is connected with another's pain, or you constantly listen to the complaints of loved ones at home, create a strict ritual of ending the working day for yourself. Wash away others' emotions with a shower or a walk before returning. Google vicarious trauma, compassion fatigue, Figally. This will help protect your personal boundaries from outside ruin. The Iraq situation, autonomic dysregulation. The snail crawls along the diagram of the autonomic nervous system. It moves between the pictures of the brain and internal organs. Remember those minutes of agonizing waiting for the radio report, when your body was motionless, but everything inside was burning. A special operator's nervous system works in a constant fight mode. But when the danger disappears, the internal brake does not work. The body continues to work at maximum limits for years. This leads to complete burnout of the adrenal glands and insomnia. The veteran's body has simply physically forgotten how to relax. Psychological first aid. If you constantly feel anxiety and muscle tension and cannot relax even in complete safety at home, apply physiological methods of stimulating the vagus nerve. Washing with cold water and breathing with a long exhale will help. Google polyvagal theory, autonomic dysregulation. This will explain why your body is constantly waiting for an attack. The Houston situation, moral residue. Jimmy slowly closes the heavy book before him. He places his palms on the cover and remains silent. The snail freezes on the very corner of the steel desk. There is a concept of the accumulation of moral residue in the soul. This is not one big psychological trauma from an explosion. It is hundreds of small, invisible scratches on your conscience. Every heavy decision and unfulfilled promise settles at the bottom. Over time, this layer of silt becomes too heavy for the river. A veteran in a hospital cannot sleep, not from a specific battle, but from the total weight of accumulated pain over long years. Psychological first aid. Moral residue accumulates in all who carry responsibility. Regularly conduct an honest audit of your internal feelings. Ask yourself what outside guilt you are carrying on yourself. Release what you could not change physically in your past. Google moral residue accumulation lists. This will help clean the soul from an unbearable load in time. Jimmy takes a last sip of water from the glass. He puts the empty glass back on the papers. I'm just a detective, not a doctor and not a therapist. If anything from this archive hit close to home, talk to a professional. They know more than I do in these matters. Jimmy slowly stands up from the table and adjusts his coat. Like this video, if you understand the depth of the problem, we will continue to open archive cases for you. The light in the room goes out, and the detective goes into shadow.
Author's note: hello. Pararescue operators of the U.S. Air Force are truly unique people. Their official motto sounds very beautiful and proud. That others may live. But for saving others, they pay with their own minds. Each saved life takes a part of their own soul. Today we broke down 5 complex phenomena in detail. And all of them work in our ordinary everyday lives. Tried guilt often torments us after difficult choices. When we doubt the correctness of our decision for a long time, the Messiah trap is familiar to many over-responsible people who dread work on themselves and forget about rest. Vicarious traumatization breaks doctors and teachers every day when another's pain gets under the skin and ruins the family. Autonomic dysregulation keeps our body in eternal stress, not allowing us to get enough sleep even in a quiet bedroom, and moral residue quietly accumulates for years from small compromises until it turns into a heavy plate on your chest. Go to the community tab on our YouTube channel. New thematic poll on this topic is already hanging there. Which of these psychological traps prevents you from living? All the information in the video is created for your education. If you feel that it's hard for you to cope with life difficulties, don't be afraid to turn to a good psychologist for help. Take care of your mental health and value your peace. No job in the world is worth your ruined psyche. This was Detective Jimmy and Snail. See you in the shadows.
In 2026, global anxiety levels are breaking all records. The news cycle, the economy, and climate crises are pushing nervous systems to the brink. Millions of people are losing the ability to sleep normally, and sleep deprivation is not just fatigue. It is a direct threat to your survival. Important warning: this video is strictly for educational purposes. Experimenting with extreme sleep deprivation is highly dangerous to physical and mental health. Use these emergency protocols only in real crisis scenarios, not for fun. Let's break down the scientific approach to sleep biohacking under extreme stress. Number 1. The U.S. Navy 2-minute method. Military pilots have to sleep to the sound of explosions and under constant stress. The U.S. Navy developed a method that allows you to fall asleep in 2 minutes 96% of the time. Its core principle lies in the sequential physical shutdown of the body. First, relax your facial muscles, including your jaw and the muscles around your eyes. Then, drop your shoulders as low as possible to release tension, and relax your arms all the way down to your fingertips. Take a deep exhale, relaxing your chest, and scan your attention down your legs from top to bottom. When your body feels like heavy dead weight, you must clear your mind for 10 seconds. If thoughts start creeping in, repeat one phrase in your head: don't think, don't think, don't think. This blocks internal dialogue, and your brain plunges into sleep. Number 2. The core temperature drop. It seems logical to sleep in a warm, cozy bed, but science says otherwise. For your brain to enter deep sleep, your core body temperature must drop by 1 to 2 degrees Fahrenheit. This is exactly why it is so hard to fall asleep on hot summer nights. The ultimate hack is to take a hot shower or bath an hour before bed. When you step out of a hot bath into a cool room, your body temperature will begin to plummet rapidly. This sharp temperature drop acts as a biological kill switch, sending a massive signal to your brain that it is time to sleep. Number 3. The cognitive shuffle. You lie in bed, and your brain starts chewing on anxious thoughts. How do you stop this racing stream? Use the cognitive shuffle method. Your goal is to simulate the process that naturally occurs as you fall asleep. When we fall asleep, the brain generates random, disconnected images, microdreams. Start intentionally visualizing completely random objects: a red brick, a fluffy cat, a car tire, a green apple. Hold each image for a few seconds and move to the next. Your brain literally cannot worry about tomorrow. While simultaneously visualizing random objects, this meaningless chain of images tricks your cortisol system, and your brain concludes that you are already asleep. Number 4. The red light hack. We all know that blue light from smartphones destroys sleep. The blue spectrum physically blocks the production of melatonin, the sleep hormone. But simply turning down the screen brightness is not enough. The solution is to switch all your screens and room lights to the red spectrum. 2 hours before bed, use only red light. iPhones and Androids have hidden accessibility settings that allow you to overlay a harsh red color filter across the entire screen. Red light has the longest wavelength and has absolutely zero impact on your circadian rhythms and melatonin production. Number 5. Noise masking versus canceling. When you live in a noisy city or you're highly stressed, every sound makes you flinch. Many people buy active noise canceling ANC headphones, but in total silence, ANC headphones can create an uncomfortable pressure vacuum in your ears. And any sharp sound that breaks through sounds like a gunshot. Instead of canceling noise, use noise masking. Turn on brown noise on a smart speaker or place a powerful fan right next to your bed. This creates a thick wall of low-frequency sound. It physically blankets and dissolves sharp, jarring noises like sirens, barking dogs, or loud neighbors, instantly calming your nervous system. Number 6. The polyphasic fallback. What if a crisis or work schedule means you simply do not have 8 hours for sleep? Do not try to sleep in fragmented 2-hour chunks. It will destroy your psyche. Use controlled polyphasic sleep. The safest protocol is anchor sleep. Sleep in one continuous block for 4 to 5 hours at night. This is your anchor. And during the day, add 2 strictly limited naps of 20 minutes each. Crucial rule. The daytime nap must never exceed 20 minutes. If you sleep for 40 minutes, you will enter deep, slow-wave sleep, and waking up from it will leave you feeling completely groggy and shattered. Number 7. The coronasomnia lesson. In the early 2020s, the entire world faced a phenomenon of mass stress-induced insomnia known as coronasomnia. Millions of people locked in their homes physically couldn't sleep due to relentless anxiety. Even top executives and Hollywood stars with access to the best doctors suffered from nocturnal panic attacks. People panic bought sleeping pills. But the medication only caused chemical dependency, not healthy, restorative sleep. At the same time, doctors and military personnel working 20-hour shifts in the epicenter of the crisis survived precisely through hardcore biohacking. They used the US Navy method and anchor sleep, learning to shut down their emotions and sleep on command to preserve their sanity. The main lesson of modern crises: you cannot control the madness of the outside world, but you have an obligation to control the biochemistry of your brain. Those who know how to sleep in the eye of the storm always survive and make the sharpest decisions. Number 8. Busted. Sleep myths. In a crisis, there are many dangerous myths surrounding sleep during stressful times. Myth number 1. Alcohol helps you fall asleep. The truth is, alcohol is a powerful sedative. It does quickly knock you out like anesthesia, but it completely blocks your rapid eye movement REM sleep phase. As a result, your brain does not repair itself, and you wake up even more exhausted. Myth number 2. You can stay awake all week and catch up on sleep on the weekend. Science has long proven that sleep debt cannot simply be repaid. Chronic sleep deprivation causes microdamage at the neurological level. You cannot compensate for 5 days of 4-hour sleep by simply sleeping 12 hours on Sunday. The brain just doesn't work that way. Number 9. The harsh reality of the aftermath. But what do you do if the crisis drags on and you break under the pressure? Let's be brutally honest. Biohacking has its limits. The truth is, it is impossible to be a Superman forever. If you remain in a traumatizing situation for years, your brain will start to destroy your body. If you have lost the ability to sleep, even with heavy medication, your primary directive is to physically extract yourself from the source of stress, no matter the cost. Change your job, move to another city, cut off toxic relationships. Many people endure the suffering for years because they are afraid of losing money, status, or a house. But the harsh reality is this: money and possessions mean absolutely nothing if your brain is dying from a lack of deep sleep, and your immune system is obliterated by cortisol. You will have to make the hardest choice of your life. Admitting defeat to your current circumstances and retreating in order to survive is not a weakness. It is the highest form of intelligence and self-preservation. Now let's break down the theory. What physically happens to the brain during sleep deprivation? Why is a lack of sleep so dangerous for survival? When you don't sleep, toxic proteins and adenosine build up in your brain. But the most terrifying changes happen in your emotional center. Your amygdala, the region responsible for fear and anxiety, loses its connection to the prefrontal cortex, the logic center. The amygdala becomes 60% more hyperreactive. Your brain slips into a state of primal panic. You lose the ability to make rational decisions. Your cortisol levels skyrocket. Your muscles burn away, and your immune system collapses. Without sleep, a human becomes physically and mentally defenseless. How did ancient humans sleep in a savanna full of nocturnal predators? Why weren't they eaten while they lay unconscious? Scientists explain this through the sentinel hypothesis. A tribe never slept all at the same time. Evolution specifically created genetic night owls and early birds. While some tribe members went to bed early and slept the first half of the night, others sat by the fire, guarding the camp, only falling asleep towards dawn. Because of this natural, staggered shift in circadian rhythms, there was always someone awake in the tribe. Differences in sleep schedules are not a modern bad habit. They are an ancient evolutionary defense mechanism of our species. If you like this format of survival through the lens of science, make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new useful videos. Let us know in the comments how many hours of sleep you usually manage to get. Thanks for watching. Take care of yourself and sleep tight. You open your eyes. The screen in front of you is glowing. 6 inches of tempered glass, aluminum, and rare earth metals sitting in your palm. You hold it every day. Every morning, every night, every pause between tasks. Your fingers slide across the screen before you even think about it. The motion became a reflex, like blinking, like breathing. You think it's just a phone, a tool for calls, for music, for maps. But it's not a phone. It's the final link in a 100-year chain, a chain where you are the last link and the first test subject. Every pixel on this screen was paid for with someone's story. Every component inside the case passed through hands you will never see. Every algorithm deciding what you see next was written by people who know more about you than you know about yourself. 100 years of corporate warfare led to one result. You can't put this thing down. And now we're going to figure out why. Not as a lecture, as an investigation, because the thing hidden in your pocket didn't start at a factory or a store. It started with a streetcar. Los Angeles, 1925. Imagine a city where you don't need a car. This isn't a fantasy. This is real Los Angeles, 100 years ago. 1,000 miles of streetcar tracks. The largest electric transit network in the world. The red cars of Pacific Electric Railway connecting downtown to Pasadena, Santa Monica, Long Beach. In the morning, you step onto a streetcar. 20 minutes to work. No gasoline, no parking, no car loan. The city breathes on rails. Copper wires stretched above the streets like a nervous system. And then someone decides to cut that nervous system. Not a terrorist, not a natural disaster, a corporation. National City Lines behind the name. 3 players, General Motors, Standard Oil of California, and Firestone Tire. Cars, gasoline, tires. 3 giants for whom the streetcar is not a competitor, an enemy. Because as long as the streetcar moves people for pennies, they don't need a car. And if they don't need a car, they don't need gas. And if they don't need gas, they don't need tires. The playbook runs like clockwork. National City Lines buys up streetcar companies across America. 45 cities, 16 states: Los Angeles, Baltimore, Philadelphia, St. Louis, one after another. After each purchase, the same algorithm kicks in. First, they cut routes. Then they raise fares. Then they reduce frequency. Streetcars start arriving every 40 minutes instead of 10. People start running late. People start getting angry. And then comes the verdict. See, the streetcar is unprofitable, inefficient, obsolete. They replace it with buses manufactured by General Motors, fueled by Standard Oil, rolling on Firestone tires. The rails get ripped out of the asphalt. The wires come down. The depots get demolished. By 1956, the largest streetcar network in the world is gone. A federal court convicts National City Lines of conspiracy in 1949. Fine per company, $5,000. Personal fine for each executive, $1. $1 for putting an entire country behind the wheel. Los Angeles, a city that once breathed on rails, becomes a wasteland of parking lots and freeways, 8 lanes of asphalt, smog thick enough to scratch your throat. 40 minutes stuck in traffic where a streetcar used to take 20. And here's the thing. This isn't just a story about transportation. This is a template. Remove the alternative. Make yourself the only option, and people will go wherever you point, not because they want to, because there's nowhere else to go. This template has been working for 100 years. It worked with streetcars. It's working with the thing in your hand right now. But between the rails and the screen, there is a missing link: silicon, and a story about betrayal. Mountain View, California, fall of '57. 8 men standing at the entrance to a lab on San Antonio Road. Young, furious, determined. Behind the door behind them, their boss, Nobel laureate William Shockley, the man who shared the Nobel Prize for the transistor, the man who changed electronics forever, and the man no one could work with. Shockley recruits the best engineers in the country, then crushes them, forces them to take polygraph tests to find out who dared to criticize him, rejects any idea that isn't his, humiliates them in front of colleagues, controls every step, and 8 men decide, enough. Robert Noyce, Gordon Moore, Julius Blank, Victor Greenwich, Gene Horney, Eugene Kleiner, Jay Last, Sheldon Roberts. They walk out, all 8, on the same day. Shockley calls them traitors. The traitorous 8, that's the name that sticks. But not as traitors, as founders. They create Fairchild Semiconductor, a small lab, a handful of people, and one idea that will reshape the world. Robert Noyce builds the first integrated circuit on silicon right here. Not one transistor on a board, multiple transistors on a single chip of silicon. Before this moment, the ENIAC computer contained 17,000 vacuum tubes and weighed 27 tons. After this moment, electronics start shrinking. In '65, Gordon Moore writes down an observation. The number of transistors on a chip doubles roughly every 2 years. They will call it Moore's law, not a law of physics, a law of pace. The pace at which the small becomes microscopic, and the pace at which yesterday becomes irrelevant. In '68, Noyce and Moore leave Fairchild. They found Intel. Intel creates the first commercial microprocessor, the Intel 4004 2300 transistors, on a sliver of silicon the size of a fingernail. It was designed for a calculator, but 50 years later, its descendant will contain 16 billion transistors and sit in your pocket. 65 companies came out of Fairchild, directly or indirectly. Intel, AMD, National Semiconductor. The place that builds the brain for your phone exists because 8 men couldn't take being humiliated anymore. Silicon Valley is called Silicon Valley because of this, not because of sand, because of a walkout. Think about that. The device you can't let go of was born because people had the courage to leave, and now that device has made it so you can't leave. But the brain of the phone is only the beginning. Its body is made of things that weren't paid for with money. Lualaba Province, Democratic Republic of Congo. Before dawn, 5 a.m. darkness. The humidity is so thick the air feels like a wet cloth pressed against your face. The Tilwismed mine, one of hundreds of artisanal mines in this region. Artisanal is the official term. It means no machinery, no ventilation, no insurance, by hand. Cobalt, a silvery gray metal. Without it, a lithium-ion battery cannot function reliably. Cobalt is used in the cathode. It holds the structure together during charge and discharge cycles. Without cobalt, the battery overheats. Without cobalt, it degrades in months instead of years. 70% of the world's cobalt is mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo. About 20% of that volume is extracted by hand. One person descends into a tunnel between 30 and 200 feet deep. The passage is sometimes less than 3 feet wide, sometimes with a flashlight, sometimes without. They chip at the rock with primitive tools, fill a sack weighing between 40 and 90 pounds, climb back up. Daily earnings, $1 to $3. Cave-ins happen regularly. In 2019, international monitors documented more than 40 deaths. The real numbers, by their estimates, are significantly higher. Cobalt from artisanal mines reaches collection points. There it gets mixed with cobalt from industrial operations. The supply chain blurs. By the time the metal reaches a cathode manufacturing plant, its origin is untraceable. But that's only one element. Tantalum is extracted from coltan, or in eastern Congo, North and South Kivu provinces. A region trapped in armed conflict for decades. Control of the mines means control of the money. Control of the money means control of the weapons. Tantalum is needed for capacitors inside the phone. It withstands extreme temperatures and regulates voltage. Lithium is extracted from the salt flats of the Atacama in Chile and Argentina. The process requires roughly 500,000 gallons of water per ton, in a region where water is already scarce. Local communities report groundwater levels dropping year after year. Rare earth elements, neodymium, dysprosium, praseodymium, they power the miniature magnets in speakers and vibration motors. Extraction involves acid leaching. The byproduct, toxic waste, radioactive in some cases. Near the city of Baotou in China, there is a man-made lake of industrial waste, roughly 4 square miles. Black liquid, the smell of sulfur and ammonia. Locals call it the poison lake. All of this is inside the case. All of this is in your palm. 6 ounces. And right now, someone is climbing into a tunnel without a flashlight so that tomorrow you can charge this thing to 100%. What do? Put the phone down and never learn the rest, or keep going and follow this chain to the end. You have 1 second to decide. Shenzhen, Longhua Industrial Zone, night shift. The metal has been mined. The components have been made. Now they need to be assembled. Foxconn, the largest contract electronics manufacturer in the world. This is where phones are assembled for Apple, Samsung, Sony, and dozens of other brands. The Longhua complex is a city within a city. 400,000 workers during peak periods. Dormitories holding 6 to 8 people in a room of roughly 200 square feet. Bunk beds along the walls. Between them, a passage barely 2 feet wide. Morning, uniform, roll call, assembly line. Each worker performs one operation, the same one, 1,200 times per shift, or 1,600. Insert one screw. Apply one film. Check one connector. 12-hour shift. Lunch break, 30 minutes. Food in the factory cafeteria costs 50 cents to $1.50 per meal, deducted from wages. Base salary for an assembler, about $400 a month, with overtime up to $600. Overtime is officially voluntary. In practice, mandatory. Because $400 doesn't cover expenses. The retail price of the phone this person assembles $800 to $1,400. The cost of their labor in that phone, $12 to $20. $12 for 1,600 repetitions, for hands that start aching from wrists to shoulders after 2 years, for pain that turns into habit. Habit doesn't mean the pain is gone. Habit means the person stopped noticing it. These hands assembled the device sitting in front of you. Every screw, every film, every connector. A night shift so the phone could make its release date. You don't know these hands, but every time your finger slides across the screen, you're touching their work. The phone is assembled, packed into a white box, shipped across an ocean, placed on a shelf in a store in California or New York. A customer picks it up, smiles, new, fast, beautiful. 6 ounces. But this isn't the end of the chain. It's the beginning of another one. Because now the phone doesn't just need to be sold, it needs to become irreplaceable. Cupertino, California. Apple Park, a ring-shaped building of glass and steel, 2.8 million square feet. 9,000 trees inside the perimeter. An underground theater, a wellness center. Construction cost $5 billion. They don't assemble phones here. They engineer dependency, not chemical, architectural. The architecture of attention, the red badge on an app icon. It's not there by accident. Red is the color the human eye isolates fastest, an evolutionary marker for danger. Your brain reacts to a red dot before you have time to think. You reach for the phone not because you want to, but because 100,000 years of evolution are screaming. Red means urgent, the infinite feed, no last page, no final post. The feed generates endlessly. Asa Raskin, the engineer who invented infinite scroll, later said he regrets it. He compared it to a machine that can never be stopped, pulled to refresh. Drag your finger down, the screen refreshes. Sometimes new content, sometimes nothing interesting. It's the unpredictability that makes it compelling. Behavioral psychologist B.F. Skinner described this mechanism in the 50s. Variable reinforcement. When the reward is unpredictable, the behavior repeats more often, not less, more. Every swipe is a pull of the lever. Average daily screen time, according to researchers, 3.5 to 4 hours. 4 people between 18 and 24, up to 7 hours. 7 hours. A third of all waking time. Over a year, that's 135 days of pure screen time. 135 days when you're not looking at the world. You're looking at 6 inches of glass. Now put it all together. General Motors removed the streetcar so you'd get behind the wheel. The traitorous 8 built the brain that made the screen possible. Miners in Congo pulled its guts out of the earth. Foxconn workers assembled it with their own hands. Engineers in Cupertino made sure you could never put it down. Each link a separate story. Together, one chain, and you are its final link. What do you do with this knowledge? Delete every app and go back to a flip phone, or accept that you're part of the system and try to understand it from the inside. Your move. Jimmy's archive silence. A man in a beige trench coat sits behind a heavy oak desk. In front of him, a glass of water with condensation on the surface, droplets slowly sliding down the side. Detective Jimmy looks at you. You just walked through 100 years. Through rails ripped out of the ground. Through a lab that 8 men walked out of. Through a mine with no flashlight. Through an assembly line of 1,600 repetitions. Through a red dot that catches your eye faster than thought. Snail, wearing a tiny trench coat and a fedora, sits on the edge of the desk next to an old compass. He slowly turns his head toward a stack of case files. Let's figure out what's really going on. Not in the economy, in your head. Every mechanism I'm about to open was working on you during this investigation, and it works every day. Understanding these mechanisms won't set you free from them, but it gives you a chance to notice the moment they switch on, and noticing that's already a lot. Phenomenon 1. Path dependence. Jimmy pulls a yellowed blueprint from his case file. On it, a streetcar route map with pencil annotations. In 1985, economist Paul David published a study about the QWERTY keyboard. The layout was created in 1873 for mechanical typewriters. The keys are arranged so the levers don't jam during fast typing. Mechanical levers haven't existed for decades, but the layout stuck because everyone already learned to type on it. David called this path dependence. When a system locks in not because it's the best, but because it was first, and everything else was built around it. General Motors didn't just remove streetcars, they removed the path. After that, every next dollar, every new road, every law was built around the automobile. Not because the car was better, but because the streetcar was gone. Snail slowly crawls along a pencil line on the blueprint. The line leads in only one direction. Snail can't turn. Your phone is the same kind of path dependence. You didn't choose it from every possible option. You chose it from what was left. And what was left was one thing: psychological first aid. Digital behavior researchers recommend a practice they call a technology audit. Once a month, ask yourself, which of my daily phone habits exist because it's genuinely the best way, and which exists because I simply don't know the alternative. Sometimes the answer surprises you. Google Paul David Path Dependence QWERTY Economics. Phenomenon 2. Planned obsolescence. Jimmy opens the top drawer of his desk, pulls out an old light bulb, a thick tungsten filament, the glass slightly yellowed with age. In the city of Livermore, California, at fire station number 6, a light bulb is on. It has been burning since 1901, over 120 years. This is not a miracle. This is engineering. Light bulbs from the early 20th century were designed to last tens of thousands of hours. In 1924, the world's largest lamp manufacturers, Osram, Philips, General Electric, sat down and made a deal, the Phoebus Cartel. They cut the lifespan of the light bulb to 1,000 hours, not because they couldn't make them last longer, but because a bulb that lasts forever is only purchased once. This is the first documented case of planned obsolescence on an industrial scale. The term was coined by Bernard London in 1932. Industrial designer Brooks Stevens later put it more simply: The goal is to instill in the consumer the desire to own something a little newer, a little better, a little sooner than necessary. Snail on Jimmy's desk looks at the old bulb, then looks at another bulb beside it. The second one is brighter, newer. Snail reaches for the new one, freezes, goes back to the old one. Your phone is a direct descendant of the Phoebus cartel. The average lifespan of a smartphone is 2 to 3 years, not because it breaks, but because software updates gradually slow it down. New apps demand more memory. The battery is rated for a set number of cycles. After 500 to 800 cycles, its capacity drops to 70 or 80%. Replacing the battery costs almost as much as the discount on a new model. Coincidence? No. Engineering. Psychological first aid. When you feel the urge to buy a newer version of something, behavioral economists recommend one question. Did the old one stop working, or did it stop looking new? Those are two different things. The first is necessity. The second is design. Google Phoebus cartel, planned obsolescence history. Phenomenon 3, the IKEA effect. Jimmy picks up an envelope from his desk. Inside, assembly instructions. 4 pages of schematic drawings without a single word. In 2011, psychologists Michael Norton, Daniel Moken, and Dan Ariely ran an experiment. They asked people to assemble simple IKEA furniture, then asked them to estimate what it was worth. Every time the estimate was inflated, people valued their own bookshelf higher than an identical one assembled by a professional. Norton called this the IKEA effect. When you invest labor into building something, you value it disproportionately. Not because the result is objectively better, but because a piece of you is in it. Now, think about your phone. You spent hours setting it up, arranging apps, transferring photos, building playlists, linking accounts, training the algorithm to your taste. Every like is a brick. Every saved post is a brick. Every personalized recommendation list is a brick. You're a builder. You built an entire world inside 6 inches, and now you can't leave it. Not because it's perfect, but because your hours are in it. Snail on Jimmy's desk carefully stacks small paper cards, one after another. The stack grows. Snail surveys it with a sense of pride. Jimmy quietly removes one card from the middle. Snail freezes, looks at Jimmy, looks at the stack. The stack holds. The card wasn't important, but it felt like it was. Psychological first aid. Research shows that simply becoming aware of the IKEA effect reduces its power over you. When you realize you're attached because of invested labor rather than actual value, you can ask yourself, if I were starting from scratch today, would I choose this again? If the answer is no, that's a signal. Not an order, but a signal. Google IKEA effect Norton Moken, Ariely Behavioral Economics. Phenomenon 4, moral distance blindness. Jimmy pulls a black and white photograph from the bottom drawer. On it, a map of the world, lines connecting dots across continents. Philosopher Peter Singer posed a thought experiment. You're walking past a pond. Someone is drowning. You can help, but you'll ruin your new shoes. Almost everyone says, the shoes don't matter. Of course, I'll help. Change the conditions. Same person, same danger. But they're not in a pond next to you. They're on another continent. 10,000 miles between you. Objectively, the situation is the same, but distance changes everything. The brain reduces emotional response proportionally to distance. This isn't callousness, it's the architecture of the nervous system. Mirror neurons activate on direct contact. The further the object, the weaker the response. This is exactly why the chain from mind to screen operates in silence. You don't see the tunnel, don't hear the cavern, don't smell the sulfur from Bautu. All of it exists right now. In the very second you unlocked your screen. But distance works like anesthesia. Snail slowly backs away from the edge of the desk. He doesn't look down. If you can't see it, it doesn't exist. For the brain, not for reality. Remember the choice after the mind. Both options were uncomfortable. That's exactly how moral distance blindness works. You know the problem exists, but it's too far away to hurt. Psychological first aid. Singer proposed a simple principle. If you can reduce someone's suffering without comparable cost to yourself, inaction cannot be considered neutral. Many ethicists recommend starting small, simply finding out where the things you buy come from. That one step alone shortens the distance, not to zero, but enough for the brain to start feeling. Google Peter Singer Drowning Child Thought Experiment Ethics. Phenomenon 5. Technological lock-in. Jimmy leans back in his chair, places his hands on the desk, looks at them for a long second. Economist Brian Arthur at Stanford described a mechanism he called lock-in, technological lock-in, when a technology captures a market not because it's better than the alternatives, but because the alternatives disappeared. VHS beat Betamax. Betamax was technically superior, but VHS filled the rental stores first. Consumers stopped buying Betamax. Manufacturers stopped making it. The best didn't win. The first did. Your phone runs on one of two operating systems, iOS or Android. 99% of the global market. 1% is everything else. Everything else is nothing. You can't switch to another system because another system doesn't exist. You can't abandon the apps because everyone around you uses the same apps. Photos stored in one company's cloud. Subscriptions tied to one account. Music purchased in one store. Contacts synced with one service. Each of these is a lock, not the kind that protects, the kind that traps. Snail sits between two tall stacks of case files on Jimmy's desk. The stacks are very close together. The gap is narrow. Snail tries to squeeze through. The stacks are too tall. He sits down, stays put. Invisibility is not power. It's a sentence. For everyone standing between the mind and the screen, you don't see them. And that's exactly why the system works. Psychological first aid. Digital ecosystem researchers recommend a practice they call digital diversification, not giving up technology, but keeping what matters in more than one place. Photos, not just in one cloud. Contacts, not just in one service. This isn't paranoia. It's digital hygiene. The fewer locks, the more freedom to choose. Google, Brian Arthur, Technology Lock-in, Increasing Returns Economics. Jimmy closes the last case file. I'm just a detective, not a doctor, not a therapist. If anything from this archive hit close to home, please talk to a professional. They know far more than I do. Snail sits on the corner of the desk. He's looking at the blank face of the old compass. The needle isn't moving, but Snail keeps looking anyway.
Author's note: I worked on this video for several weeks, and the strangest part wasn't what I learned, it was how long I didn't know any of it. I hold my phone every single day. It's the first thing I see in the morning and the last thing I see before sleep. And everything in between goes through the screen too. I had no idea about the Phoebus cartel. I didn't know there's a light bulb that's been burning for over 120 years, or that back in the 1920s 3 companies sat down at a table and decided that things should break faster so we'd buy more often. That genuinely got to me, because I swapped my own phone every 2 or 3 years, and until that moment it had never even occurred to me to ask why, exactly. It still works. Someone just decided it should feel outdated. General Motors didn't invent dependency, they invented the method for creating it. Remove the alternative, and people go wherever you point them. That method has been working for 100 years. And it works equally well with streetcars, with light bulbs, with phones, and with the information we consume every day. The traitorous 8 walked away from a genius who couldn't work with people, and they gave the world the microprocessor. But a microprocessor has no morals, it does exactly what it's programmed to do. The same goes for the algorithm, the notification, and the red dot on your screen. When I was reading about Peter Singer and his thought experiment with the pond, I caught myself thinking something uncomfortable. I'd help without hesitation if someone were drowning right in front of me. But the person climbing into a mine with no flashlight on the other side of the planet to dig out cobalt for my battery for my brain, that person basically doesn't exist. 10,000 miles, and the empathy switch is off. It's not because I'm a bad person. It's neuroscience. But knowing about it changes the angle. I'm not suggesting you throw away your phone, that's pointless. The world isn't going back to streetcars. But you can at least know where the things you use come from. You can sometimes ask yourself, is this my choice, or was it made for me? And once a month, you can stop and honestly think, if I were starting from scratch today, would I choose this again? Every phenomenon from Jimmy's archive isn't just about phones. Path dependence is about any route you keep walking simply because you started it. Planned obsolescence is about anything in your life you replace not because it broke. The IKEA effect is about attachment held together by invested labor rather than real value. Moral distance blindness is about any moment you didn't help simply because you didn't see. And technological lock-in is about any lock in your life that you mistakenly believe is a wall. All information in this video is educational in nature. We do not advocate for specific actions and do not provide medical or legal advice. In difficult situations, please consult a professional. Subscribe and check the community tab right on our channel. That's where we choose the next investigation, and your vote decides where we go next. Stay safe. This was Detective Jimmy and Snail. See you in the shadows.
In 2026, historic megadroughts are devastating reservoirs across the globe. From water restrictions in California to dry riverbeds in Europe. What do you do if the water supply in a megacity completely shuts down? How do you find moisture among the asphalt without poisoning yourself during purification? Important warning. Sourcing and purifying water with improvised means in a city is an extreme survival measure. This content is created strictly for educational purposes. In a real crisis situation, always try to find factory bottled water and strictly follow the instructions of official emergency services. Let's break down the science of harvesting water in the concrete jungle. Number 1. The rainwater first flush system. Your first thought when thirsty is to collect rainwater from the roof. But in a modern city, this is deadly. Roofs are covered in bird droppings, heavy metals, and toxic dust from cars. The solution is to build a simple first flush diverter system. Place a vertical pipe or a tall bucket with a small leak hole at the bottom under your downspout. Slightly above this hole, create a T-junction pipe leading to your main clean water barrel. Here is how it works. The first 10 minutes of rain physically wash all the toxic filth off the roof. This dirty water fills the first vertical pipe. As soon as the pipe overflows, the now perfectly clean rainwater begins to spill over the T-junction into your clean barrel. After that, all you have to do is add chlorine dioxide tablets or boil it. Number 2. The DIY carbon filter. Most people believe that boiling makes any dirty water safe. This is a fatal mistake. Boiling kills bacteria, but it concentrates chemicals, lead, and pesticides due to evaporation. If the water is cloudy or smells like chemicals, you need a DIY carbon filter. Take a plastic bottle, cut the bottom off, and turn it upside down. Tightly stuff clean cloth or cotton into the neck. Then pour a thick layer of crushed activated charcoal from a pharmacy or cooled campfire coals. On top of the charcoal, pour fine sand and place gravel at the very top. The gravel will catch large debris, the sand will filter out dirt, and the activated charcoal will absorb toxins and chemicals on a molecular level due to its porous structure. And only after this filtration should the water be strictly boiled. Number 3. Tapping hidden urban reserves. Dozens of gallons of water are hiding in your apartment right now, even if the taps are dry. First, your water heater tank holds anywhere from 40 to 80 gallons of clean water. Make sure to turn off the electricity or gas to it so the heating element doesn't burn out. Then attach a garden hose to the bottom drain valve and collect the water. Second, the toilet tank, the top reservoir, not the bowl itself, contains a few gallons of clean tap water. It is perfectly safe to boil and drink, as long as there are no colored chemical deodorizer pucks inside. Third, shut off the main water intake valve to your apartment. Then open the lowest faucet in your house, for example, a yard spigot or a low basement sink. Gravity will push all the residual water trapped in the wall pipes right into your container. Number 4. The transpiration bag method. What do you do if there is no rain and not a single drop left in the house? You can extract water from city trees using transpiration. Take a large, clear, heavy-duty plastic bag. Place it over a tree branch with thick green leaves that sits in direct sunlight. Tie the bag tightly at the base of the branch so no air can get inside. The tree roots pull water from deep underground, and the leaves sweat, evaporating it. The sun will create a greenhouse effect inside the bag. Pure condensation will settle on the plastic walls and pool in the lowest corner of the bag. From a single branch, you can collect up to a full cup of distilled water per day. Number 5. The cellular hydration hack. When water is critically low, you must drink it smart. If you chug plain purified water while sweating heavily, it just passes right through you. You lose electrolytes and become dehydrated even faster. You need to create an oral rehydration salts (ORS) solution. To 1 liter, about a quart of safe drinking water, add exactly 6 level teaspoons of sugar and half a teaspoon of salt. The sugar acts as a molecular key here. It opens the cellular channels in your intestines, allowing the sodium and water to instantly absorb into your bloodstream. This solution hydrates your body 3 times faster than regular water and saves lives during severe dehydration. Number 6. The Day Zero lesson. In 2018, Cape Town, a modern megacity in South Africa, found itself on the brink of disaster. It almost became the first city in the world to completely run out of water. This moment was dubbed Day Zero. Both the rich and the poor found themselves in the exact same situation. Water simply stopped flowing from the taps. People stood in hours-long lines for military water trucks under the scorching sun with jerrycans in hand. Many tried to dig private boreholes in their yards, but the underground aquifers had already completely dried up. Those who survived and stayed healthy were the ones who didn't panic, but switched to extreme rationing. They washed themselves with damp sponges from a bucket, using only 1 liter of water per person, and used every last drop of the remaining gray water to manually flush toilets. The main lesson of this crisis: money will not save you if the pipes are empty. Only brutal discipline, strict rationing 50 liters per person per day, and knowledge of water purification saved the city from extinction and massive epidemics. Number 7. The harsh reality of the aftermath. Now let's talk about the harsh reality. What do you do if the water leaves forever? This is already happening in dozens of farming towns in the American Midwest and Africa. The reality is brutal. Without water, a city dies in a maximum of 72 hours. You only have 2 paths. The first is to become a climate nomad. You will have to abandon your real estate, which will depreciate to 0 overnight, and move to regions with abundant freshwater sources like the Great Lakes. The second path is radical autonomy. Those who choose to stay survive only thanks to highly expensive technology. They install full closed-loop gray water recycling systems, where shower water is purified and reused in toilets and washing machines. And they buy atmospheric water generators, AWGs, which literally pull moisture out of dry air, powered by solar panels. The harsh truth of the 21st century: freshwater is becoming the new oil. And if your region is systematically drying up, your main task today is not just learning how to filter puddles, but building a financial cushion for inevitable relocation. Now, let's break down the theory. How does a reverse osmosis filter work? Why is it considered the gold standard of purification? Reverse osmosis is a physical process at the molecular level. Imagine an incredibly dense microscopic mesh, a membrane. The pores in this mesh are so infinitesimally small that only a single water molecule, H2O, can squeeze through. Under pressure, water is forced through this membrane. All heavy metals, chemicals, viruses, and microplastics are physically too massive to pass through the pores. They get left behind on the other side of the membrane and are flushed down the drain. What comes out is absolutely pure, near-distilled water. How did ancient nomadic tribes find water in dead deserts? Bedouins and the Sand People survived where a modern human would perish in a day. They used nature as a map. First, they looked for specific indicator plants. If date palms or deep-rooted shrubs are growing in a dry desert, it means water is located shallowly underground, and you can dig for it. Second, they knew exactly where to dig in dried-up riverbeds, wadies. They always dug on the outside curve of a dry riverbed, because the centrifugal force of ancient flash floods gathered the most moisture there. And in the early morning, they laid woolen blankets out on the sand. Before sunrise, the fabric would collect heavy morning dew, which was then simply wrung out into vessels. Many ask, could people in such deserts live long lives, eating poorly and gathering moisture drop by drop? Yes, and this reveals the incredible adaptive capacity of the human body. It has been proven that hunter-gatherer tribes, like the San in the Kalahari, routinely lived to 70 to 80 years old, provided they survived childhood diseases. The secret is that the human body can enter a state of deep metabolic energy conservation. Their food was dried roots, insects, and rare meat. But this meager diet was absolutely devoid of modern sugars and trans fats. Human liver and kidneys can adapt to the most severe water scarcity, maximally concentrating urine and minimizing sweat production. In extreme deficit conditions, our body triggers autophagy, breaking down and recycling damaged proteins for energy, effectively pausing cellular aging. Therefore, people of the past didn't just survive in dead deserts, but maintained astonishing physical endurance well into old age. If you like this format of survival through the lens of science, make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new useful videos. Let us know in the comments if you have a water filter installed at home. Thanks for watching. Stay safe and be prepared for anything. Level 0, quiet living room in a house. Deep night, you open your eyes. The only sound in the empty room is the loud, steady ticking of a wall clock. Each beat of the second hand hits your strained nerves like a hammer. You sit on a leather couch in complete darkness. Your forehead is covered in sticky cold sweat from another nightmare. You look at the coffee table in front of you. A heavy bronze fragment from a burst artillery shell lies there. This is your personal souvenir that nearly cost you your life. Nearby lies your insignia as an explosive ordnance disposal specialist. EOD, a shield with the image of a flying aerial bomb and lightning is embroidered on it. You spent 15 years on the edge between life and instant vaporization. You forced your hands to remain still when working with dangerous wires. But now your fingers tremble slightly when you hold a regular cup of tea. Your nervous system is completely destroyed by years of deadly tension. Your wife left, tired of your silence and the constant waiting for an explosion. You cannot explain to the therapist why the silence of the house scares you more than war. At war, everything was perfectly clear and under your control. And in civilian life, you are trapped in your own inflamed brain. You look at the ticking clock on the wall and feel rising panic. And you ask yourself the same question every sleepless night. How did a man who tamed the most terrifying fear on earth end up absolutely helpless before the simple silence of his own house? But why? I would give you a choice. But this story cannot be changed. Your path was chosen long ago. Let us see how you arrived at this point, starting with the very first level. Level 1, Candidate, Eglin AFB, Florida. Early morning at 6 in the morning, the humid, hot Florida air already chokes your lungs. You stand in front of the entrance to the joint EOD school at Eglin AFB. This place is called the graveyard of ambitions of ordinary military men. More than half of the candidates weed out in the first weeks of study. They do not look for physical supermen or reckless heroes here. Instructors look for people with absolute composure and steel nerves. You wear a training version of the bomb disposal suit. A heavy armor weighing 35 kilograms to 77 pounds presses on your shoulders. And suffocating heat stands inside the suit, and your sweat floods the helmet glass. The helmet's built-in fan hums monotonously in your ears. You have to pass the final practical exam in finding booby traps. You must find and neutralize a hidden mine in a strictly limited time. Instructors with stopwatches in hand silently stand at the edge of the site. They do not give hints and record your every minor mistake. One wrong step and a red failure lamp will light up on your helmet. This means immediate dismissal from the school without the right to retake. You slowly take a step along the sandy path of the training field. Your eyes under the helmet glass scan every centimeter of the ground ahead. You notice a barely visible bump in the sand near an old stump. A metal probe in your hand carefully enters the soil at an angle. You run into a hard object at a depth of 5 centimeters, 2 inches. This is a training booby trap mine with a double pull-action fuse. Your time on the timer is inexorably running out, leaving mere seconds. You can hurry and cut the wire immediately to meet the standard, or spend time on an additional check of the circuit, risking failing the exam. Your step in this second. Risk it and cut the wire by touch for the sake of saving time, or continue a slow check of the circuit, accepting defeat by the timer. The story continues without stopping. The instructor records your time and makes an entry in his sheet. You take off the heavy helmet, inhaling fresh air with your whole chest. Your face burns from the heat, and your t-shirt is soaked through with sweat. In the evening, in the barracks, you see the empty cots of your yesterday's comrades. They failed the test and have already left back for their linear units. You lie on the bed and close your eyes under the hum of the air conditioner, knowing that tomorrow the complexity of the tasks will increase several times. Level 2, Operator Road near Baghdad. Midday, you successfully graduated from the EOD school and received the EOD badge. Now you are in your first combat deployment in Iraq. Your armored truck stands on the shoulder of a dusty highway, 300 meters to 1,000 feet ahead. A suspicious object is visible near a pile of trash. This is a possible, improvised explosive device on the convoy's path. You put on your combat bomb suit, weighing 40 kilograms to 88 pounds. This suit will protect you from fragments, but will not save you from a close blast. Every step in this armor is given to you with huge physical difficulty. You begin your first long walk to the suspicious object. These 300 meters to 1,000 feet along the open highway seem endless to you. A ringing, dead silence stands around, broken only by your breathing. You approach the object and drop to your knees in the hot dust. Before you lies an old artillery shell wrapped in wires. Next to it lies a cheap mobile phone as a detonator. Your brain instantly shuts off all external thoughts and fears. A state of absolute hyperfocus on the wires before your eyes turns on. Suddenly, a group of local residents appears on the roadside, 100 meters to 330 feet away. They slowly approach, ignoring the warning signs of the military. Among them, women and elderly people are visible, walking about their business. You can quickly cut the main communication wire, risking triggering a blast, or stop work and retreat back, putting the civilians under a possible explosion. Your decision is made instantly under the helmet glass. Complete the defusing on the spot in an accelerated mode, despite the risk, or stop work and immediately retreat to a safe zone. The day does not end on this choice. You complete the work and slowly return to your truck. The heavy bomb suit seems unbearably hot and stuffy to you. You take off the helmet and thirstily drink warm water from a plastic bottle. The local residents walk past, not even looking in your direction. They do not know that a second ago their lives hung on one thin wire. In the evening, on the base, you wash the road dust from your face for a long time, and you realize that this job has permanently changed your perception of reality. Level 3, Sergeant Base in Afghanistan. At dusk, 6 years and 3 combat deployments in hotspots have passed. You are now a sergeant and EOD team leader. 2 young, inexperienced specialists serve under you. Your group was called to the place of a patrol car blast in the green zone. A complex explosive device was found on a dirt road. You send a tracked robot zapper forward for reconnaissance. The robot's camera transmits the image of the danger zone to your monitor. Under the wheel of the blasted car lies a large landmine with a clever trap. The fuse reacts to light changes and any movement of air. The robot makes an awkward movement with its manipulator and gets stuck in the wreckage. Its tracks slip hopelessly in the soft soil near the mine. You realize that the robot will no longer help neutralize this device. You need to go to the landmine personally and work with hand tools. One of your young subordinates volunteers to go instead of you. His face is pale and his fingers tremble noticeably from excitement. But he wants to prove his usefulness and show courage. You must make a heavy choice as the leader of this group. Send the young sapper to the dangerous landmine, risking his life, or go yourself, leaving the command of the group on the position. You make a decision and put on the helmet of the bomb suit. You slowly walk to the blasted car under the rays of the setting sun. Each step echoes with the dull beat of your heart in your chest. You lie on your stomach under the mangled fender of the car. Your fingers carefully clean the trap sensor from stuck mud. After 40 minutes of tense work, the device is completely neutralized. You return to your group at the limit of nervous exhaustion. Your young subordinate silently takes the heavy tools from you. He looks at you with respect, but you do not feel joy. You know that today you just postponed the inevitable for a time. Level 4, Master Gaza Sector. Deep night, 10 years of service made you a master of defusing bombs. You saw hundreds of different designs of explosive devices, from simple Soviet mines to complex electronic traps of militants. Today your group works in the basement of a half-ruined hospital. During debris clearance, workers found an unexploded aerial bomb. It weighs 500 kilograms minus 1,100 pounds and lies amid concrete wreckage. Its fuse was damaged during the fall and is in a critical state. Any vibration of the building can cause an instant detonation blast. In the hospital itself, on the upper floors, are dozens of wounded people. They cannot be quickly evacuated due to tight combat actions on the street. You lie on your side in a narrow concrete opening under the bomb body. The dim light of your flashlight catches details of the dented fuse. The smell of cement dust and burnt plastic stands in the air. Your hands work with jewelry, precision in millimeters, fractions of an inch from the detonator. 1 millisecond failure, and this basement will become your mass grave, along with all the wounded people on the upper floors of the building. You feel your breathing become steady and rare. Your mind plunges into a state of icy, absolute peace. You just see the scheme and perform mechanical actions with your fingers. You neutralize the last circuit of the bomb's fuse. The danger of explosion is eliminated, and you slowly climb out. Destroyed buildings stand around, and the wrecks of cars burn. You take off your helmet and sit on a fragment of the basement concrete wall. The people on the upper floors continue to live, not even knowing about the bomb below them. You saved them all, remaining absolutely invisible to this world. But this invisibility no longer seems like a victory. Level 5, Veteran Suburban Supermarket. Present day, the clock on the dashboard of your car shows 8 in the morning. You sit in the parking lot in front of the entrance to a large supermarket. Cars park around, and people hurry for purchases. You look at them through the windshield of your car. They smile, talk, and argue about the little things in life. For them, this world is safe, predictable, and simple. And for you, this world is full of hidden threats and dangers. You go into the store and take a metal cart. Your gaze automatically scans the floor under your feet in search of wires. You evaluate the shape of left bags on the shelves of the aisles. Your nervous system continues to live in combat duty mode. Any sharp sound of a falling box makes you flinch. You return home and lay out the groceries in a clean kitchen. In the silence of the house, the wall clock continues to tick loudly on the wall. This sound reminds you of the bomb timers from your past. You sit at the table and take the bronze shell fragment in your hand. You spent the best years of your life on the edge of being and non-being. You saved hundreds of people from a sudden, terrible death in the war. But now you cannot sleep without strong sleeping pills. Your EOD insignia lies in a box as a monument to past strength, a monument to the person who knew how to tame deadly danger, but who turned out to be completely unnecessary to this peaceful city. Because your invisible service to the state is your personal life sentence in the civilian life of normal people. Jimmy's archive, the screen darkens. A weak yellow light of the lamp illuminates the gray concrete walls of the office. An open textbook on the physics of explosion lies on the steel desk. Nearby stands a glass of water on the glass of which droplets are visible. Detective Jimmy sits opposite in his invariable beige coat. The snail in a small felt coat sits on the folder with the EOD case. Jimmy slowly takes the glass, takes a sip, and puts it back on the desk. EOD specialists work in conditions of maximum psychological pressure. Their main task requires absolute precision of hand movements, but the pay for this precision turns out to be too high for the sapper's mind. Let us break down the materials of this case in detail and by points. The Eglin situation, intolerance of uncertainty. The snail slowly crawls on the contour scheme of the fuse on the desk. It stops at the image of an exposed wire and freezes. Remember that difficult choice on the training field of Eglin School, when you decided whether to cut the wire without an additional check. The Sapper School trains candidates to act in conditions of data deficit. You must make a decision without knowing the exact scheme of the enemy's trap. This causes a persistent intolerance of uncertainty in the psyche. The human brain requires stability and predictability of the environment, but the sapper learns to suppress this need for the sake of the task. In civilian life, this reprogramming causes severe constant anxiety. The veteran begins to panic at any changes of plans for the day. Psychological first aid. If you experience anxiety from the absence of clear plans for the future, when any changes in work or life throw you off balance, consciously create minor, predictable rituals in your day. Morning tea at the same time will return a sense of control to your brain. Google intolerance of uncertainty, cognitive therapy. This will help reduce the level of your anxiety in peaceful conditions. The Baghdad situation, the hyperfocus phenomenon. The snail crawls to the image of the artillery shell on the paper. It freezes on the metal body of the shell, pulling in its horns. Remember that long walk along the highway near Baghdad to the bomb, when you dropped into the dust and turned off all thoughts around. Diffusing requires absolute concentration of attention from the sapper. This phenomenon is called hyperfocus, or tunnel vision of the mind. The brain turns off all external stimuli, sounds, and fear of death. Only the wire cutters and your hands in millimeters from the blast remain. This mode allows you to survive and perform the task perfectly. But frequent activation of hyperfocus wears out the resources of the brain's frontal lobes. In civilian life, the veteran loses the ability to concentrate on simple things. Ordinary conversations with loved ones seem gray and unimportant to him. Psychological first aid. If you catch yourself on the impossibility of holding attention on work, when simple, everyday tasks cause you boredom and irritation, apply practices of gradual expansion of your attention focus. Walks in nature with fixing different sounds will help the brain. Google hyperfocus cognitive fatigue executive function. This will help restore the normal operation of your attention. The Afghanistan situation, leadership burnout. The snail slowly crawls down from the scheme and stops near the folder. It freezes on the gray cardboard cover of the Air Force Special Operations case. Remember that choice on the road in Afghanistan at the blasted car, when you decided whether to send a young sapper to a dangerous landmine. A team leader carries responsibility for the lives of his subordinates. A constant fear of making a mistake and ruining people breaks the psyche. This process is called the secondary emotional burnout of the leader. You are forced to constantly suppress your emotions to maintain authority. Internal tension accumulates for years, not finding a way out. As a result, a person completely loses the ability to empathize with others. A persistent emotional coldness and numbing of feelings arise. Psychological first aid. If you manage people and feel complete emotional exhaustion, when the problems of subordinates or loved ones cause you only anger, separate official responsibility and personal experiences in life. Give yourself the right to weakness and rest outside your work. Google compassion fatigue leadership, burnout military. This will help protect your mind from emotional destruction. The Gaza situation, autonomic dysregulation. The snail crawls onto the image of the autonomic nervous system in the book. It freezes on the scheme of the vagus nerve and spinal cord. Remember those seconds under the aerial bomb body in the hospital basement, when your body was motionless, but everything inside burned from tension. The sapper's work requires maximum mobilization of all body forces. The sympathetic division of the nervous system works at maximum capacity. But in peaceful conditions, this internal mechanism breaks forever. The parasympathetic system cannot return the body to a state of rest. The veteran's body continues to live in combat alert mode round the clock. This leads to insomnia, muscle tension, and heart problems. Psychological first aid. If your body is constantly tense and ready for defense without a reason, and you cannot fall asleep because of a rapid pulse in your chest at night, use physiological methods of tuning your body. A cool shower and breathing with a pause after exhaling will help. Google polyvagal theory, stress response veterans. This will explain the reasons for the constant tension of your body. The Houston situation. Crushing moral residue. Detective Jimmy slowly closes the heavy book before him. He places his palms on the cover and thoughtfully looks at the table. The snail freezes on the very corner of the closed gray case folder. There is a concept of the accumulation of moral residue in a person's soul. This is not one big psychological trauma from a close shell explosion. It is hundreds of small, invisible scratches from heavy decisions of the past. Each left wounded and lie to loved ones settle at the bottom of the mind. Over time, this load becomes too heavy for your psyche. The veteran in the parking lot suffers not from fear of a new bomb. He suffers from the weight of his own unspoken memories of war. Psychological first aid. Moral residue accumulates in all who are forced to make decisions. Do not carry this heavy load alone at the bottom of your soul. Find a close person to whom you can trust your thoughts. Speaking the pain aloud helps reduce its destructive weight. Google moral residue, lets moral injury accumulation. This will help clean the mind of the unbearable load of the past in time. Jimmy takes a last sip of water from his glass. He carefully puts the empty glass on the closed documents of the case. I'm just a detective, not a doctor, and not a therapist. If anything from this archive hit close to home, talk to a professional. They know more than I do in these matters. Jimmy stands up from the table and adjusts his beige coat. Like this video if you understand the depth of this problem. We will continue to open archive cases for you on the channel. The light in the room goes out, and the detective goes into the dark.
Author's note: hello. Sappers are people who look death in the eye every day. Their service requires absolute composure and jewelry precision, but for saving others from explosions. They pay with their mind. Their invisible exploit pays off at the cost of destroying their own identity. Today we broke down 5 complex phenomena of the mind in detail. And all of them work in our ordinary everyday lives. Intolerance of uncertainty prevents us from living peacefully when we try to control what is impossible to control. The hyper-focus syndrome deprives us of the opportunity to enjoy little things, turning a normal conversation with loved ones into a gray and important routine. Leadership burnout breaks leaders and managers every day. When the weight of responsibility for others burns out the ability to empathize, autonomic dysregulation destroys our body with constant stress, not allowing us to restore strength overnight even in a warm bed, and moral residue quietly accumulates for years from small compromises, until it crushes us with its weight at the most unexpected moment. Go to the community tab on our YouTube channel. A new poll on the topic of today's episode is already hanging there. Which of these 5 phenomena prevents you from living? All information in the video is created solely for education. If you feel that you cannot cope with stress yourself, don't be afraid to turn to a qualified psychologist for help. Take care of your mental health and value your peace. No job and no duty are worth your mind. This was Detective Jimmy and Snail. See you in the shadows.
Level 0 Recruitment Center, Aubagne, south of France. Noon, you open your eyes. The air smells of cheap tobacco, sweat, and old barracks paint. Outside, the Mediterranean sun is scorching, but inside the room, it is cold and dark. You stand in front of a wooden table. Behind the desk sits a corporal with an impassive face. On his head is a spotlessly white kepi. In your hands is a blue US passport. You didn't come here because life was good. Some have debts behind them. Some have a broken career or emptiness that cannot be filled in the wealthy states. Here, in the French Foreign Legion, no one cares about your past. The corporal reaches out. Passport, he says in broken English. If you hand it over, your life as a US citizen ends right now. In the Legion, the rule of anonymat applies. They will take your name, your last name, your date of birth. They will invent a new identity for you, issue new documents for the rest of the world, for your family and banks. You will simply disappear. Your only home will be the Legion. Legio Patria Nostra. The Legion is our homeland. Behind you, the door creaks. This is your last chance to leave, to return to your debts, to your depression, to your predictable American life. What do you do? Turn around and leave, keeping your name, or hand the passport to the corporal, voluntarily erasing your identity for a chance to start from scratch. Choose, keep your name or become nobody. Level 1, the March of the White Kepi. Castelnaudary Training Center. Pre-dawn fog, you gave up your passport. Your name is John Doe, and you are no longer American. You are nobody. The farm has begun. The hell of Castelnaudary. You are forbidden to speak your native language. Only French, which you do not know. For every English word, push-ups until you throw up. But the main test is the March of the White Kepi. Marche Kepi blank, 50 kilometers over rough terrain, with a backpack weighing 30 kilograms. Your feet are a solid bloody mess. Blisters popped hours ago. Every step echoes with pain in your spine. The Legion works on the by-name system. You are tied to a partner. Your by-name is a guy from Eastern Europe, fleeing prison. He is physically broken. He falls into the mud and refuses to stand up. If he doesn't make it, neither of you will get the White Kepi. You will both remain outcasts. The sergeant looks at you with cold contempt. You have a choice. You can shoulder his 30-kilogram backpack. In addition to your own, carry 60 kilograms. This could tear your ligaments or break your back, closing the path to elite units forever. Or you can force him to stand up by beating him, as many do here. So the system sees you as a tough leader. What do you do? Risk your health to carry your partner, or apply cruelty to the weak, accepting the wolf laws of the Legion. Choose, break yourself or break your partner. In the mud, next to the abandoned backpack, sits a tiny snail. On its shell is a miniature white kepi. It looks at your bloody boots. To the side, leaning against a tree, stands a man in a coat. This is Detective Jimmy. Transformation through physical destruction, Jimmy says quietly. They break your body to break your ego. When you are on the verge of exhaustion, your brain becomes plastic. The former moral settings of American individualism collapse, and the Legion uploads its code in their place. You are no longer a person. You are part of the unit. Level 2, Jungle Operation French Guiana. 3, Road Foreign Infantry Regiment. Selva, you earned your kepi. Now you are in the 3rd Foreign Infantry Regiment, 3E Ray, in the most impenetrable jungles of the Amazon, French Guiana. Temperature +40, humidity 100%. You are opposed by garimperos, illegal gold miners. These are desperate, well-armed people. Diseases, parasites, constant fear of ambush. Your patrol detects a garimpero's camp. A firefight begins. You chase one of them through thick undergrowth, cornering him at a cliff. You aim your FAMAS assault rifle at him, but you see that he is not a hardened fighter. He is just a terrified, exhausted teenager. He has no weapon. He threw it in the bushes. He begs not to kill him. Rules of engagement in the jungle are harsh. No prisoners on a deep raid. The commander on the radio demands confirmation of target neutralization. Otherwise, the teenager could give away your coordinates to the main gang. You are a Legion soldier, and you are obliged to obey the order. But in front of you is just a scared kid who went into the mine out of poverty. What do? Pull the trigger to protect your squad and obey the order, or let him go, risking that he will bring an armed crowd after you. Choose, obey the order or spare him. Jimmy sits on the trunk of a fallen mahogany tree. The snail slowly crawls along a damp fern leaf. Erosion of morality in isolation. The detective notes. In the jungle, there are no cameras, no society, no laws of your native country. There is only the Legion code and the order. When you are cut off from civilization, the line between necessary violence and cruelty is blurred. You will have to live with who you become in this green hell. By the way, if you reached this point, it means you are attracted by the complex psychology of extreme situations, not just shooting. YouTube doesn't always promote such content. Your like and subscription is a signal to the algorithms that smart videos must survive. Make that click right now. We continue. Level 3, Legion Sergeant Barracks in Corsica, to ND Foreign Parachute Regiment. Night years passed. You rose to the rank of sergeant. Now you command a squad in the 2nd Foreign Parachute Regiment, to EREP, the elite of the Legion. Under your command are men of 20 different nationalities. Russians, Ukrainians, Brazilians, Nepalese. They brought the hatred and prejudice of their countries here, and your job is to make them a single fist. At night, a conflict breaks out in the barracks. 2 of your legionnaires, whose countries are now at war in the real world, engaged in a brutal fight. One of them pulled a knife. You managed to intervene and knock the weapon away. According to Legion rules, for knife fighting in the barracks, you must report to the officers immediately. Both of them will be kicked out in disgrace, and one might go to a French military prison. But these 2 are your best soldiers. In a week, you have a deployment to Mali. If you report, you lose the backbone of the squad before the battle, and you will be deemed a weak sergeant who cannot maintain control. If you hide the incident, you will have to punish them yourself, according to the old traditions of the Legion, by beating them both in a closed shower room to prove your alpha position and force them to respect only your authority. What do? Go by the book and destroy their lives, or take justice into your own hands, turning into a brutal dictator. Choose, report to officers, or punish them yourself. Jimmy stands in the dark corner of the shower room, looking at the tiles. The snail sits on a discarded combat boot. The phenomenon of institutional autonomy, Jimmy whispers. In closed micro-society, Official rules always lose to the informal laws of the pack. If you go to the officers, you betray the brotherhood. If you beat them yourself, you become part of a toxic system of suppression. You are no longer an American who believes in the law. You are a legionnaire. Level 4, Veteran and Ghost Cafe in Paris. 15 years later, your contract is over. 15 years of service behind you. The Legion kept its promise. Your real name was returned to you, and you received French citizenship by right of spilled blood. Franche parla, saying verse, you have a French passport and a good pension. You sit in a cozy Parisian cafe. Around you, people drink wine, laugh, discuss exhibitions and politics, and you feel like an alien. You have no friends outside the army, no family. The only people you ever truly understood are scattered across military bases in Africa or lie in graves. The freedom you dreamed of when kneading mud on the White Kepi March turned out to be completely empty. Jimmy sits at your table, wearing the same beige coat. The snail slowly crawls along the rim of your espresso cup. Institutionalization, Jimmy says, looking at the laughing civilians outside. The system consumed you whole, then spat you out into a world to which you are no longer adapted. The Legion replaced your mother, father, and homeland. Without it, you are nobody. Jimmy stands up. Let's go to the archive. We need to take this mechanism apart. Archive, secret room. At dusk, Jimmy sits at his steel desk. Old black and white photos of legionnaires are scattered around. The snail sits on a miniature compass. Jimmy lights the desk lamp. Phenomenon 1. Anonymate and legal death, identity destruction. Surrendering your passport is not just bureaucracy, Jimmy says, picking up the blue book. It is an act of psychological reset. The practice of anonymate takes a person with trauma, a criminal past, or debts, and surgically cuts them off from their roots. From a psychological standpoint, it is an indoctrination mechanism. A person deprived of their past becomes ideal clay. The Legion becomes their only anchor in reality. Psychological toolkit. If you run from problems by moving to another city or country, remember, it is impossible to cut off the past. Geographical cure does not work. You can change your name or environment, but your inner demons will move with you. Solve the problem. Do not just change the scenery. Google Anonymate, French Foreign Legion Identity Destruction Psychology. Phenomenon 2. Traumatic integration, trauma bonding. Jimmy takes a photo of two legionnaires walking through the desert. The by-name system. You are paired with a person of a different culture, and you suffer together. Pain, hunger, and physical exhaustion on marches. Break down cultural barriers. This is a form of trauma bonding, forming an attachment through shared experience. Of extreme stress, you may hate each other, but your brain codes your partner as a condition of your survival. Psychological toolkit. Shared difficulties bring people closer. But if your relationship, friendly or romantic, is held together only by constant crises and overcoming pain, this is not love. It is an adrenaline addiction. Healthy connections are built in peace, not just in trenches. Google trauma bonding in extreme environments. Psychology. Phenomenon 3. Erosion of civilian morality in isolation. Moral erosion in de-individuation. Jimmy points to the map of French Guiana. Jungles where the laws of society do not work. De-individuation. When a soldier puts on the Legion uniform, he dissolves in the mass. He no longer has a personal name, only his role in the group. In such conditions, personal morality recedes, giving way to group survival norms. This is why in closed male collectives, the level of acceptable cruelty always rises. Psychological toolkit. While in any corporate or social group, always check your actions with your personal inner compass. Do not let phrases like "it's just how we do things here" or "everyone does it" become an excuse for making a deal with your conscience. Google de-individuation and moral disengagement, Zimbardo. Phenomenon for informal justice and the alpha cult, alpha male culture, and informal justice. The snail slowly crawls over the sergeant's stripes. Why would a sergeant prefer to beat subordinates rather than report to the officer? Jimmy asks. Because in closed systems, official authority is weaker than informal power. A sergeant in the Legion is God. If he turns to the regulations, he admits his weakness. He must prove his status through physical dominance. This is a primal social hierarchy. Psychological toolkit. If your workplace has a culture where all conflicts are resolved by shouting, humiliation, and street rules rather than regulations, you are in a toxic, primal environment. Such an environment will inevitably lead to your emotional burnout. Google toxic masculinity in military subcultures, informal justice. Phenomenon 5. Total institutionalization syndrome. Institutionalization syndrome. Jimmy holds up a clean French passport. The Legion gave him a new life, but took away the ability to live in normal society. This is total institutionalization syndrome, similar to what people experience after long years in prison. When a system decides for decades what time you wake up, what to wear, and whom to hate, your independent living skill atrophies. Veterans find it easier to return to a combat zone than to sit in a quiet cafe in Paris. Psychological toolkit. No organization, whether it's the military, a corporation, or even a religious community, should replace the whole world for you. Always keep hobbies, friends from other areas, and interests outside your main activity. Diversify your identity. Google institutionalization syndrome, veterans re-entry shock. Jimmy puts the documents on the table. He adjusts his hat. The Legion is a mechanism for processing broken lives into an ideal weapon. They accept you when nobody needs you, but they take you whole. Jimmy looks at the camera. Subscribe to Detective Jimmy and Snail. Like if you enjoy our investigations. See you in the shadows. The desk lamp goes out.
Author's commentary. Hi. The Foreign Legion is often romanticized in movies. The last refuge for lost souls. Romance, the desert. A chance to start life from scratch. But if you look at it through the lens of psychology, the Legion is the most brutal identity. Erasure program in the world, the Anonymat system, and total physical exhaustion, our classic ego. Deconstruction techniques. Many Americans, Brits, and Canadians try to escape there from debt or a midlife crisis. But only a few survive. This video is not a call to romanticize mercenaries. It is a warning. Often we look for an organization or relationship to take responsibility for our life. Because we are tired of coping ourselves. We want someone to tell us what to do. But the price of such guardianship is the loss of your own freedom. Think, are you trying to find your personal legion in a corporation that demands you live only for work? Join our community tab on Detective Jimmy and Snail. Let's discuss why people want to escape their lives and start everything from scratch. This was Detective Jimmy and his loyal Snail. Guard your name and see you in the shadows.
You open your eyes. Silence. Not the kind of silence you're used to. A different kind. The alarm didn't go off. Your phone screen is black. You press the button. Nothing. Press it again. Nothing. You think, dead battery. You reach for the charger. The indicator light is off. You flip the light switch. The light doesn't turn on. You walk to the window. The street is dark. Not because it's early, because the street lights are off. The traffic lights are off. The windows of the buildings across the street are black. You don't know what time it is. You don't know what happened. You're standing in a dark apartment, and for the first time in years, you have no access to information. None at all. This is not the end of the world. This is the end of the system. And right now, you're going to learn the difference. We got used to thinking of them as just companies, names on signs, logos on devices, tickers on stock exchanges. But they stopped being companies a long time ago. They became the foundation, not of the economy, of reality. The electricity you turn on in the morning, the water that flows from the tap, the food sitting in your fridge, the road you take to work, the money you pay with, the memory you store. Behind each of these actions is a chain that runs through dozens of corporations. And that chain just snapped, not in one place, everywhere. Day one, hour one, you walk out of your apartment. The hallway is dark. The elevator doesn't work. You take the stairs. Outside, people, they're standing, looking at their phones. Screens black. Someone is trying to start a car. A modern automobile contains between 1,000 and 3,000 semiconductor chips. Engine management chip, braking system chip, electric power steering chip, climate control chip, airbags, chip navigation chip. Without electronics, this car is 3,000 pounds of aluminum and plastic. Someone found an old car without electronic controls, started it, pulled onto the road. Traffic lights aren't working. Intersections have become negotiation zones. Who goes first is decided by hand gestures and shouting. Gas stations are closed. The pumps are electric. Without electricity, gasoline can't be pulled up from the underground tanks. It's there. Tons of fuel underground. But you can't get to it. You're standing on the sidewalk, and you realize you can't make a call, can't send a text, can't check the news, can't find out what happened, can't open a map. The last time you went somewhere without GPS was years ago. You're not sure you remember the way to the nearest store, not to work, to the store, a 12-minute walk, or 14, or the other direction. You don't remember. Day one, 4 hours later, you made it to the store. The doors don't open automatically. Someone figured out how to open them manually. Inside, it's dark. The registers don't work. Barcodes won't scan. The refrigeration units are off. The temperature inside is rising. Meat, dairy, fish. After 6 hours without cooling, they become dangerous. After 12, inedible. The average grocery store in a major city carries enough inventory for 2 to 3 days. Not a week, not a month, 2 to 3 days. This is the result of a system created by Taiichi Ono for Toyota in the 60s. The idea is elegant. Don't store more on the shelf than you need right now. Deliver components exactly when they're needed. Zero surplus. Zero idle time. Maximum efficiency. This system spread across the entire global economy. Groceries arrive at the store every day, not because the store has a warehouse, but because the warehouse was replaced by a truck. The truck is a warehouse on wheels. It delivers exactly enough for one day. The system works flawlessly. as long as it works. When it stops, shelves empty in 2 days. This isn't theory. In March of 2020, the world saw what this looks like, the pandemic. People bought up toilet paper, grains, and canned goods, shelves emptied in hours. Not because there wasn't enough product, but because the just-in-time system isn't built for sudden spikes in demand. It's built for predictability. Remove predictability, and the system collapses. In March of 2021, the container ship Ever Given got stuck in the Suez Canal. One ship, 6 days. Global trade losses, $6 to $10 billion. 400 ships lined up waiting. Parts didn't reach factories. Factories shut down assembly lines. Automakers cut production. One ship, one canal. 6 days. Now imagine it's not shipping that stopped, but everything. Day 3. Store shelves are empty. Water from the tap still flows. Water towers work on gravity, but pressure is dropping. Purification and pumping systems require electricity. Without maintenance, they'll hold for a few days to 2 weeks, depending on the city. Hospitals switched to generators. Generators run on diesel. The average hospital's diesel supply lasts 24 to 72 hours. After that, the generator dies. Ventilators stop. Monitors go dark. Insulin pumps stop working. Refrigerators holding vaccines and blood products shut off. Bank cards don't work. ATMs are off. Online transfers are impossible. Few people carry cash. The rest discover that their money existed only as numbers on a server. The server isn't responding. The numbers are gone. The money didn't burn. It just stopped being accessible. In May of 2021, the hacking group DarkSide attacked Colonial Pipeline, the largest fuel pipeline on the U.S. East Coast. It supplies fuel to 12 states and the District of Columbia. The company shut the pipeline down for 6 days. 6 days, gas stations across the Southeast ran dry. Lines stretched for blocks. People started filling plastic bags with gasoline. Gas prices hit a 6-year high. 6 days, one pipeline, one password that someone cracked. Now imagine it's not one pipeline that stopped, but all of them. What do? Stay in the city and wait for things to come back online, or leave for somewhere people still know how to live without the system. Week 1. The power has been out for 7 days. Refrigerators have become cabinets. The food is gone. Not all the food in the world, the food in the city, within walking distance. People are starting to move beyond city limits. On foot, cars without electronic control systems are rare. Cars with electronic systems are useless sculptures in parking lots. The few that started ran out of gas within a day. No way to refuel, no communications. You don't know what's happening in the next town. You don't know if hospitals are running. You don't know if there's water 12 miles to the north. You were used to having the answer to any question in your pocket. The phone, a pocket library, a pocket navigator, a pocket translator, a pocket doctor, a pocket bank, a pocket memory. The phone is dead. Everything it stored was on a server. Photos on a server. Contacts on a server. Documents on a server. The server in a data center. The data center without power. Amazon Web Services provides roughly a third of the world's cloud infrastructure. Netflix, Airbnb, NASA, divisions of the Pentagon use Amazon's servers. If AWS goes down, it's not just an online store that disappears. Air traffic control systems disappear. Banking platforms disappear. Government databases disappear. Your electronic medical record disappears. In it, allergies, blood type, surgical history. Do you remember your blood type? A positive, O negative. Most people don't, because it's written in an app. The app won't open. Google processes 8.5 billion searches a day. Maps, Gmail, Drive, YouTube, Android. 2 billion devices run on Android. If Google ceases to exist, 2 billion phones turn into flashlights for a while until the battery dies. 19. The average household had a phone book, a paper map, an encyclopedia, and a photo album. 26 years later, all four are gone. They weren't replaced, they were absorbed by one device that won't turn on. Month 1, 30 days have passed. In some areas, power has been partially restored, but the manufacturing chain is broken. And here's why. 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors are produced by one company, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. One company, one island. The chip inside your phone, laptop, car, medical device, traffic light, ATM, coffee maker. There's a high probability it was made at one of TSMC's facilities. Apple, AMD, Nvidia, Qualcomm, Broadcom, all of them are TSMC's clients. They design the chips, TSMC manufactures them. Building a new advanced chip fabrication plant takes 3 to 4 years, cost $10 to $20 billion. Staff, thousands of engineers with highly specialized training. The equipment for lithography is made by one company in the world, ASML, the Netherlands. One company, one country. One machine costs between $150 million and $350 million. Lead time, 18 months to 2 years. Installation and calibration, months more. In 2021, the global chip shortage costs the auto industry more than $200 billion. General Motors, Ford, and Toyota shut down assembly lines for weeks. Not because they ran out of steel, because they ran out of chips. Tiny slivers of silicon the size of a fingernail, without which you can't build a $50,000 car. The entire chain depends on every link. Pull one out and the rest fall apart. This isn't a weakness of the system. This is the design of the system. Efficiency requires connectivity. Connectivity creates vulnerability. The more efficient the system, the more catastrophic its failure. That's the paradox, and you're inside it. Jimmy's archive silence. A man in a beige trench coat sits behind a heavy oak desk. In front of him, a candle. Not for atmosphere. There's no electricity. Wax drips down a copper candlestick. Detective Jimmy looks at you in the flickering light. You just survived a month. A month without power, without communications, without stocked shelves, without maps, without money in any familiar sense. And you discovered that everything you thought was solid was held up by things you never noticed. Snail, wearing a tiny trench coat and a fedora, sits on the edge of the candlestick. Candlelight reflects off his shell. He watches the flame. The flame trembles. Snail doesn't move. Let's figure out why we turned out to be this fragile. Not in infrastructure, in our heads. Every mechanism I'm about to open explains not why the system broke, but why you weren't ready for it, and why you'll never be ready unless you understand how your own psychology works. Phenomenon 1. Normalcy bias. Jimmy pulls a newspaper headline from his case file. Large letters. This can't happen. Psychologists have long described a phenomenon called normalcy bias. The brain gets used to things working. Lights turn on, water flows, the store is open. When these stop working, The first reaction isn't panic, it's denial. It's temporary. They'll fix it soon. This can't be happening. Disaster researchers document this pattern again and again. During building evacuations, people spend an average of 30 seconds to several minutes simply accepting that the danger is real. They gather their things, close the windows, look for their keys instead of walking out, because the brain refuses to accept that normalcy has ended. Amanda Ripley, journalist and author of The Unthinkable, described 3 phases of disaster response. First, denial. Second, deliberation. Third, decisive action. Most people get stuck in the first phase far longer than they think. They don't panic, they freeze. They wait for someone else to solve the problem. Snail on Jimmy's desk sits next to an overturned glass of water. Water is spreading across the table. Snail doesn't move. He watches the water. The water is getting closer. Snail is still watching because water has never spread across the table before, so this isn't happening. Psychological first aid. Ripley recommends a simple practice: mental rehearsal. When you enter a building, note where the exits are. When you sit down on a plane, count the rows to the nearest exit. Not because disaster will happen, but because, in the moment of disaster, the brain uses pre-recorded routes. If there's no route, the brain freezes. If there is a route, the body acts. Google normalcy bias, disaster psychology, Amanda Ripley, The Unthinkable phenomenon. 2. Learned helplessness. Jimmy opens the middle case file. Inside, a photograph of a dog in a cage, black and white, a laboratory. In 1967, psychologist Martin Seligman ran an experiment that changed our understanding of depression and motivation. Dogs were placed in a cage with an electrified floor. One group could stop the shock by pressing a lever. The other couldn't affect the shock at all. The lever didn't work. After some time, dogs from both groups were moved to a new cage. In this cage, avoiding the shock was easy. Just jump over a low barrier. Dogs from the first group figured it out quickly and jumped. Dogs from the second group lay down on the floor and didn't move. They didn't even try. They had learned that their actions didn't matter. Seligman called this learned helplessness. When you go long enough without controlling the outcome, you stop trying, even when control returns. Now, think about yourself. You can't remember the route without GPS. You can't do mental math because there's a calculator. You can't remember phone numbers because they're in your contacts. You can't navigate by the sun because there's GPS. You don't cook without a recipe from the internet, not because you're stupid, but because every time you delegated a skill to a machine, your brain logged, "Not my job." The device handles this. After 10 years of delegating, the brain stops trying, not from laziness, from learned helplessness. The system took the skill, and you agreed. Snail on Jimmy's desk stands in front of an open gap between case files. The gap is clear, but Snail doesn't crawl. He sits, because the last 5 times he tried, the gap was closed. It's open now, but he doesn't know that, because he stopped checking. Psychological first aid. Seligman later developed a concept he called learned optimism, the antidote to helplessness. The key practice: every time a situation feels unmanageable, break it into 3 questions. Is this permanent or temporary? Does this affect everything or one specific area? Does this depend on me or on external circumstances? More often than not, the answer is less catastrophic than it seems. Google Martin Seligman, learned helplessness, learned optimism. Phenomenon 3. Normal accidents. Jimmy pulls a diagram from the case file. On it, a network of lines connecting dots. Each dot is an element of a system. The lines are so dense, the diagram looks like a spider web. Sociologist Charles Perrault published the book Normal Accidents in 1984. His thesis is simple and uncomfortable. In complex systems with tightly coupled components, catastrophes are not the exception. They are inevitable. Perrault studied the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident in 1979. He found that the cause wasn't human error or equipment defects. It was the architecture of the system itself. When components are so tightly linked that a failure in one inevitably triggers a failure in the next, the cascade cannot be stopped. He called this tight coupling. Your daily life is tight coupling. Electricity depends on natural gas. Gas is delivered through pipelines controlled by computers. Computers run on chips manufactured in Taiwan. Chip delivery depends on logistics companies. Logistics companies depend on fuel. Fuel depends on electricity to power the pumps. The circle is closed. Pull any link and the circle breaks. Not in one place, everywhere. Snail on Jimmy's desk carefully crawls along one of the lines on the diagram. The line leads to a dot. 4 more lines branch out from that dot. Snail touches one, all for tremble. He touches another. They all tremble. Psychological first aid. Perrault didn't propose dismantling complex systems. He proposed understanding that some accidents cannot be prevented, but can be prepared for. He recommended loose coupling, weakening the connections. On a personal scale, this means don't tie everything to one system. Don't store everything in the cloud. Keep a paper list of contacts. Know the route to the hospital without GPS. This isn't paranoia. It's engineering culture. Google Charles Perrault, Normal Accidents, Tight Coupling Systems, Theory. Phenomenon 4, the Jevons Paradox. Jimmy picks up 2 objects from the desk. In one hand, an old, thick candle. In the other, an LED bulb. Economist William Stanley Jevons noticed a paradox in 1865. When steam engines became more efficient, coal consumption didn't decrease, it increased, because efficiency made energy cheaper, and cheaper energy increased demand. More machines, more factories, more coal, Jevons concluded. Increasing the efficiency of resource use increases its consumption, not decreases it. This is the Jevons paradox. Now apply this to technology dependence. The smartphone made life more efficient. One call instead of a trip. One app instead of 10 errands. One digital card instead of a folder of documents. Efficiency went up, but so did dependence. The more convenient the phone became, the more functions you handed over to it. The more functions you handed over, the harder it became to live without. You didn't become freer. You became more efficient. And efficiency bound you tighter than any chain. Snail on Jimmy's desk looks at 2 candles. One burns brightly, the other barely flickers. Snail crawls toward the bright one. The bright one goes out. The dim one keeps burning. Psychological first aid. Recognizing the Jevons paradox doesn't mean rejecting efficiency. It means asking a simple question. Every time a new tool makes something easier, ask yourself, is it making me freer or more dependent? If things got simpler, but you can't function without the tool now, that's not simplification. That's a transfer of control. Google Jevons paradox efficiency, rebound effect economics. Phenomenon 5, skill atrophy. Jimmy opens the last case file. Inside, 2 photographs. In the first, a person holding a paper map. In the second, a person holding a phone. The first is looking ahead. The second is looking down. Researcher Raja Parasuraman at George Mason University studied how automation affects pilot skills. His finding was uncomfortable. The more functions the autopilot takes over, the worse pilots perform in manual mode. Not because their training got worse, but because a skill that isn't used degrades. The brain reallocates resources. Neural pathways responsible for unused skills weaken, others strengthen. This is neuroplasticity. It works both ways. It strengthens what you practice and dismantles what you abandon. Your grandfather could fix an engine, navigate by the stars, and grow food. You can order delivery, set a route, and Google a recipe. Both skill sets work, as long as the system they're built on works. Your grandfather's skills work without electricity. Yours don't. This isn't nostalgia. This is an engineering vulnerability. Snail on Jimmy's desk slowly crawls toward the edge. He stops, looks down. He used to know how to climb down. A long time ago. He doesn't remember how. Because, for the past few years, someone always carried him down. Invisibility is not power, it's a sentence. For every skill you handed to a machine and forgot was ever yours. Psychological first aid. Parasuraman recommended a practice called the Skill Maintenance Protocol. Regularly perform a task manually, even when automation is available. Once a week, navigate a route from memory. Once a month, do a complex calculation in your head. Write down 10 important phone numbers on paper. Not because technology will fail, but because you shouldn't fail with it. Google Raja Parasuraman, Automation Complacency Skill Degradation. Jimmy closes the last case file. I'm just a detective, not a doctor, not a therapist. If anything from this archive hit close to home, please talk to a professional. They know far more than I do. Snail sits on the corner of the desk. The candle has nearly burned out. Wax has hardened at the base. The flame trembles. Snail's shadow on the wall is huge, bigger than Snail himself, but it's only a shadow.
Author's note: when I started working on this video, I thought it would be about infrastructure, about chips, pipelines, and servers. Turned out it's a video about me, and most likely about you too. I tried spending one day without my phone. I didn't turn it off, just put it in a drawer for 12 hours. The result was humiliating. I couldn't remember my wife's number. Couldn't find my way to a place I'd been to dozens of times because I'd always driven there using the navigator. Couldn't pay for coffee because I had no cash and my card was linked to my phone. In 12 hours I discovered that without the device in my pocket I am functionally helpless. Not emotionally. Functionally. Seligman's learned helplessness isn't just about dogs in a cage, it's about every one of us. Every time I tell my phone to plot a route instead of memorizing the road, I hand it a piece of my autonomy. One piece is nothing, thousands of pieces over 10 years is dependency. Perot showed that in complex, tightly coupled systems, accidents aren't possible, they're inevitable. And that's not a scare tactic, it's math. One TSMC factory in Taiwan produces chips for half the world's electronics. One company, ASML in the Netherlands, makes the machines for that factory. One container ship in the Suez Canal cost the global economy billions. The system works brilliantly. Until it doesn't. The Jevons paradox explains why we don't notice growing dependence. Every improvement feels like freedom. A new app more convenient. A new service faster. A new feature simpler. But every convenience is another thread tying you down. And when there are too many threads, you can't move. Not because something is holding you, but because you're tied to so many points at once that a step in any direction will snap something. I'm not building a bunker and I'm not telling you to. But I now keep a paper list of 20 phone numbers in my wallet. I know the way to the 3 nearest grocery stores without GPS. I have a flashlight with batteries and 5 gallons of water at home. This isn't doomsday prepping. It's minimum autonomy. Like a spare tire in your car. You don't expect a flat every day. But when it happens, you're glad the tire is there. All information in this video is educational in nature. We do not advocate for specific actions and do not provide medical or legal advice. In difficult situations, please consult a professional. Subscribe and check the community tab right on our channel. That's where we choose the next investigation, and your vote decides where we go next. Stay safe. This was Detective Jimmy and Snail. See you in the shadows.
Level 0, Dive Support Vessel Deck, North Sea. Storm, you open your eyes. The air smells of salt, engine oil, and icy wind. The North Sea is raging around. Waves beat against the side of the ship. You stand in front of the heavy steel door of the hyperbaric chamber. This is the saturation system, a metal tube several meters long. Your home for the next 28 days. You are a saturation diver, the elite of deep-sea work. They pay huge money, thousands of dollars a day, but the price is your freedom. If you go inside, technicians will close the hatch and start pumping in heliox, a helium-oxygen mixture. The pressure inside will equal the pressure at a depth of 200 meters. From this moment on, you no longer belong to the world of people. If a fire starts inside, if you have a heart attack, if your wife on shore gets into an accident, you cannot get out. To return you to normal pressure on the surface requires at least a week of continuous decompression. Exit earlier, your blood will boil, and you will die in agony from bends. The dive supervisor puts his hand on your shoulder. There are 3 other guys inside. Once the hatch closes, there is no going back. Are you ready? What do you do? Refuse the crazy money, preserving freedom and the ability to breathe normal air, or step into the steel tube, voluntarily burying yourself alive for a month. Choose, stay on deck, or step into the tube. Level 1, plunge into darkness, diving bell, depth 200 meters, you are inside. The pressure has changed your body. Your voice, because of the helium, became like the squeak of Donald Duck. It's funny, only for the first 5 minutes. Then you realize that you no longer sound like a human. Even your jokes sound unnatural. They lower you to the bottom. In a diving bell, the darkness outside the window is absolute, dense. The water is freezing, about 4 degrees Celsius. You put on a heavy helmet and step out in a hot water suit to keep you from freezing to death. You walk along the seabed, knee-deep in sticky silt. Above you is the weight of the ocean. The only thing connecting you to life is the umbilical. A thick hose supplying breathing gas, hot water, light, and communication. You work with a heavy wrench, tightening bolts on an underwater pipeline. Suddenly, you feel a sharp pull. Your umbilical is caught on a sharp piece of twisted metal from an old construction. You try to pull it, but it is stuck tight. Breathing gas continues to flow, but you cannot return to the bell. You have a bailout bottle on your back. It will last at most 10 minutes. Your partner is 20 meters away. Around the corner of the structure, he cannot see you. Communication with the surface is lost due to static. If you start to panic and thrash, your breathing will accelerate, and you will cut the hose on the sharp metal. You will suffocate and try to cut the snagged hose. You must run to the bell through the deep silt in pitch darkness. Within 10 minutes, what do? Freeze, suppressing panic, and try to untangle the hose blindly, risking freezing or tearing it, or cut the umbilical. Switch to backup and rush to the bell in a race against death. Choose, untangle in darkness or cut the umbilical. A tiny snail sits on a piece of rusty pipe in the beam of your headlight. Its shell is reinforced with steel rings. It pays no attention to the pressure. Out of the darkness slowly swims a man in an old-fashioned diving suit with a trench coat over it. This is Detective Jimmy, the syndrome of absolute dependence. Jimmy's voice sounds right in your helmet, and it is not distorted by helium. On the surface, you believe you control your life. Here you understand the truth. Your breathing, your warmth, your life literally hang on a single hose, held by someone topside. Your ego is erased. You are just an appendage of the machine. Level 2. Torture in closed living chamber on deck. Day 15, you survived on the bottom. You returned to the living chamber on the ship. The four of you live in a cylinder the size of a small kitchen. It smells of sweat, chemicals filtering carbon dioxide, and wet diving suits. No personal space. You eat, sleep, and use the toilet in full view of each other. Every sound, every breath of your neighbor drives you crazy. And because of the helium, you can't even talk normally. The built-in voice discrambler often distorts words. You sit on your narrow bunk. The deck officer calls you to the communicator. His voice sounds muffled. Listen, there was a call from shore. Your wife, she got into a bad accident. She is in intensive care. Doctors give no guarantees. I'm so sorry. You jump up. Your instinct is to rush to the door, break it open, jump into a helicopter, and fly to the hospital. But you look at the steel hatch. Behind it is normal pressure. Between you and your dying wife, between you are the laws of physics. If you open the hatch now, the gas inside your blood will instantly turn into bubbles. Explosive decompression. You will die in seconds. The process of bringing you to the surface will take 6 days. 6 days you must sit in this tube, knowing your wife might die at any moment, and you are absolutely powerless. You go to the intercom. You have a choice. Beg the captain to start emergency decompression, violating all protocols, risking permanent disability for life, just to save a couple of days, or accept your absolute helplessness, submit to the laws of physics, and sit in the chamber, praying that she survives until you get out. Choose. Demand emergency decompression, or submit. Jimmy sits on the oxygen supply valve. The snail slowly crawls along the glass of the thick porthole. The perfect trap. The detective notes. We are used to thinking that you can get out of any situation if you really want to, or pay enough. The saturation chamber strips this illusion. You physically cannot leave. This is not a prison you can escape. It is a cage built by nature itself, and the realization of this drives the human psyche mad. By the way, if you are watching this video, it means you are attracted by the harsh psychology of enclosed spaces. Such formats rarely gather millions of views. Because they make you think. Your like and subscription is fuel for our bathyscaphe. Make that click. We continue. Level 3. Choice on the bottom. Depth 250 meters. Covered in silt 3 days later. Your wife survived, but is still in critical condition. You continue to work. Because a contract is a contract. If you refuse to dive, the whole shift stops. You work in a pair with a young guy, for whom this is the first saturation contract. You are cutting a huge metal pipe with a thermal cutter. Suddenly, part of the structure collapses. A thick cloud of silt rises. Visibility drops to 0. You hear your partner scream in your helmet. He is pinned by a steel beam. You swim to him by touch. His helmet is damaged. Breathing gas escapes at high speed into the water. His main umbilical is severed. He tries to open the bailout bottle, but his hands are trapped. The water in his suit is freezing fast. You have your bailout bottle. You can give him your hose or connect him to your backup. But there is not enough oxygen for both to reach the bell. You may both suffocate, or you can leave him. Report the coordinates to the bell and save yourself. Because, according to safety rules, each diver must care for their own life first. A dead rescuer helps no one. What do you do? Give your oxygen, risking dying with him in pitch darkness, or follow the cold protocol, abandon your partner, and return to the bell alone. Choose. Risk both or save yourself. Jimmy stands knee-deep in the silt. His coat flutters in the underwater current. The snail sits on your tank valve, the ultimate math of survival. Jimmy's voice is calm. Here, under 25 atmospheres of pressure, altruism is an unaffordable luxury. On land, we condemn those who abandon comrades. On the bottom, the one who tries to be a hero usually kills both himself and his partner. But how will you live with this decision? When you return to the surface, land morality does not work here. Level 4. Return and alienation. Suburban house. Half a year later, decompression is over. You left the chamber. On your bank account is a huge sum. Your wife recovered. You paid for the best clinics. You have a beautiful house, 2 cars. You can afford anything. But you sit in your perfect living room, staring at the TV with empty eyes. Around you are your wife, relatives. They are celebrating, laughing, and you lack pressure. You got used to the smell of sweat in the tight chamber, to the constant noise of ventilation, to the voices of partners, distorted by helium, to the simple and deadly world at the bottom of the ocean, where every action has meaning. In this bright house, you are bored and cramped. You feel like an alien among people who never knew what it is like to depend on a hose in the dark. Jimmy sits in the chair opposite. The snail crawls along the rim of the champagne glass. Decompression of the body takes a week. Decompression of the mind may never happen. The detective says quietly, you earned your money, but you sold your ability to be normal for it. Extreme isolation becomes the comfort zone. Most saturation divers divorce. They return to the tube because there is no place for them on the surface. Let's go to the archive. We need to bring these phenomena to the surface. Archive. Secret room. At dusk, Jimmy sits at a steel desk. Blueprints of diving bells are scattered around along with medical decompression charts. The snail sits on a heavy brass diver helmet. Jimmy lights the desk lamp. Phenomenon 1. Isolation of incommensurability. Incommensurability of isolation. When a diver enters the chamber, he faces isolation that cannot be broken, Jimmy says, pointing to the pressure graph. In prison or on the ISS, there is at least a theoretical possibility of rapid evacuation. In saturation, there is none. Physics creates an absolute barrier. Psychology calls this incommensurability. A person realizes that their will means absolutely nothing before the laws of physics. This breaks narcissism and breeds a sense of total helplessness. Psychological toolkit. If you face a situation you physically cannot change right now, do not beat against the closed door. Practice radical acceptance. Focus on what you can control in your small compartment. Sleep, food, breathing. Google radical acceptance, psychology, extreme isolation. Phenomenon 2. Depersonalization and loss of voice. Voice alienation. Jimmy turns on the voice recorder. A ridiculous, high-pitched helium voice plays. It sounds funny until you understand. The detective says seriously, "Our voice is the basis of our identity." When you speak in a cartoon voice for weeks, depersonalization occurs. The person feels detached from their body. Plus, you are no longer taken seriously. It is very hard to express anger or pain when you sound like a cartoon character. This deprives emotions of validity. Psychological toolkit. In corporate culture, this often happens. You are forced to communicate in dry corporate speak. If you feel you are losing yourself, find time to speak with your true voice to those who understand you, without masks. Google depersonalization, voice alienation, psychology. Phenomenon 3. Fatal dependency, umbilical dependence. Jimmy holds a piece of thick yellow hose. The umbilical. Jimmy spins it in his hands. The diver fully depends on the topside team. They control his gas, heat, life. This creates a very deep psychological bond, similar to regression to an infant state. The diver must learn to absolutely trust. Without this trust, panic underwater will kill him in the first shift. Psychological toolkit. We are used to valuing independence, but in the hardest situations, those who know how to depend on others survive. The ability to ask for help and delegate responsibility is a mature skill, not a sign of weakness. Google interdependence versus independence, extreme environments. Phenomenon for sensory hunger and claustrophobia, sensory deprivation in confinement. The snail slowly crawls along the porthole glass. A month in an iron tube with 3 men. The smell of sweat and chemicals. This is extreme stress for the sensory system. The absence of natural light, greenery, or change of scenery leads to sensory hunger. The brain generates conflicts just to get some stimulation. Divers can hate each other just because of how a partner chooses. Psychological toolkit. If you work from home and don't go outside for days, you place yourself in a chamber. Sensory hunger leads to apathy and irritability. The brain needs new textures, smells, and colors. Go outside, touch tree bark, feed your senses. Google sensory deprivation, behavioral effects, confinement. Phenomenon 5. The return syndrome and alienation, re-entry alienation. Jimmy puts a stack of bills on the table. Saturation divers earn a fortune, but returning to normal life is harder than diving. The detective says, the experience of surviving on the bottom cannot be shared with civilians. A wall of misunderstanding arises. You earn money for the family, but the family seems foreign because they live on the surface. This is the classic veteran alienation syndrome. Psychological toolkit. Do not expect them to fully understand. Look for your pack. Support groups of people who went through the same. Do not try to make the surface understand the depth. Google re-entry syndrome, veterans, psychological alienation. Jimmy stands up from the table. He puts on his hat and adjusts the collar. Deep sea divers plunge into darkness so we can drive cars and heat houses. But the strongest pressure they experience is not underwater. It is in their own thoughts. Jimmy looks at the camera. Subscribe to Detective Jimmy and Snail, and don't forget to breathe. See you in the shadows. The desk lamp goes out.
Author's commentary. Hi. The profession of a saturation diver is considered one of the most dangerous and high-paying in the world, but I am interested in what happens To the brain of a person locked in a steel tube for a month, the physical impossibility of leaving, even if a tragedy happens on the surface, is a unique psychological precedent. Your will means nothing. You are fully subject to the laws of physics and the loss of your own voice. Imagine not hearing your real voice or expressing complex emotions in our daily lives. We also lock ourselves in mental chambers for a high salary or stability. We tolerate isolation, toxic environments, telling ourselves it is just a contract, but decompression of the mind can last 4 years. Think, are you sitting in such a chamber now, afraid to float to the surface? Join our community tab on Detective Jimmy and Snail. Asked a new question there about sensory deprivation and burnout. I read all your stories. Take care of your psychological health, and see you in the shadows.
Level 0 base in Afghanistan. Deep night, you open your eyes. The air is thick with dust, the smell of burnt kerosene and hydraulic fluid. Around you is the deafening, bone-vibrating roar of a Black Hawk helicopter's rotors. You sit in the twilight of the troop compartment. On your helmet are massive 4-tube GPN VG-1-8 night vision goggles. On your body is heavy armor, soaked through with your own ice-cold sweat. Next to you, cramped together, sit 12 other men. No one says a word. Words aren't needed here. You communicate only with glances and slight touches. You are flying in pitch darkness over enemy territory. At extremely low altitude, your landing gear almost clipping the treetops, toward a target that intelligence has been hunting for 10 long years. If you make a mistake, it will become an international scandal. If you get shot down, the government will say at the morning briefing that you were never there. You are an operator of the Naval Special Warfare Development Group, DevGRU, popularly known as SEAL Team 6. The most Hollywood-hyped and simultaneously the most highly classified unit on the planet. The guys tasked with eliminating Tier 1 threats. But while the whole world sleeps peacefully in their warm beds, you are preparing to step into absolute, deadly obscurity, into a house full of traps, weapons, and fanatics. What do you do in these final minutes of flight? Feverishly run through the assault plan in your head, burning your nervous system with adrenaline, or close your eyes and force your pulse to slow down, completely shutting off any emotions. Choose adrenaline shake or cold control. Level 1, Candidate Water and Sand, Coronado, California. A few years ago, you always wanted to be a Navy SEAL. But to enter the elite of the fleet, you must pass BUD-S, Basic Underwater Demolition, SEAL Training, and its most terrifying test, Hell Week, Wednesday, the third day, with absolutely no sleep. You are lying in the freezing water of the Pacific Ocean, arms locked with the guys from your boat crew. The waves mercilessly beat your face, pouring water into your nose and throat. Sand has packed under your uniform, rubbing the skin on your thighs and stomach down to raw meat. Next to you, are guys who were high school football stars, state wrestling champions. They are crying, breaking, and walking to ring the shiny brass bell to quit. Because the ocean doesn't care about your huge biceps. The ocean doesn't break your body. The ocean breaks your mind. On the wet sand, a few centimeters from your face, you notice a snail in a tiny fedora hat. It gets washed away by freezing waves over and over, but stubbornly crawls forward on the wet rock. An instructor with a megaphone walks up to you. His voice sounds like sweet, enveloping mockery. Guys, why are you torturing yourselves? You understand, this will never end, right? A hot shower, dry clothes, and coffee with donuts are waiting for you right now. Just stand up, walk to the bell, and this pain will stop forever. Your hypothermic brain screams, "Get up, we're going to die." Why do we need this? But if you quit, you betray your dream. Out of the fog on the pier appears Detective Jimmy in his usual trench coat. He looks at his watch. "This is not a test of physical strength," he says, over the noise of the waves. "This is psychological calibration. They are looking for people whose inner core doesn't snap when comfort disappears. Hell Week destroys your ego. If your incentive is to show off your medals in a bar, you will quit on the first day. Only those survive here who have found a reason to suffer that is bigger than themselves." Level 2, Green Team Selection among the best, Virginia Beach. 2 years ago, you passed Bud S. You got the trident on your chest. You became a Navy SEAL. But for DevGru, that's not enough. You applied for Green Team. This is the selection for SEAL Team 6, the major leagues. Here, they weed out the SEALs themselves. Half of the best won't pass this course. They don't try to freeze you in the ocean or make you run with a log here. Here, they test your ability to make lethal decisions in split seconds, close quarters battle. CQB training goes on for weeks, months, until your fingers get bloody calluses from the trigger. You storm into the kill house. You are using live fire in a fraction of a second, in gunpowder, smoke, and darkness. You must distinguish a cardboard target with a weapon from the target of a woman with a child, and shoot 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. 1 wrong move, 1 millisecond of hesitation or doubt, and you hit a hostage. There is no room for error here. If you miss, you are kicked out of the program forever, without a second chance. In the corner of the training room, by a bullet-riddled wall, stands Detective Jimmy. The Snail sits on his shoulder, watching the smoking brass casings on the floor. "The price of a millisecond," Jimmy states quietly, pulling out a notepad. An ordinary person analyzes the situation, calculates the threat. You don't have time for that. Your brain is rewired to the level of unconditional instincts. You see a threat, you eliminate it. But have you ever thought about what it's like to live with such instincts in a peaceful society? When any loud pop on the street makes your hand reflexively reach for a weapon that isn't there. Level 3, the burden of the trident pirate culture, Dam Neck Base. Present day, you passed. You are in the squadron. You wear the gold trident on your chest. DevGru are modern pirates. You have your own strict internal rules, your own tattoos, your own incredibly dark humor. You call yourselves the Brown Water, but this elite status comes with a destructive price. The operational tempo is absolutely insane. You deploy 2 hotspots around the world continuously. You are home only a few months a year. Your wife is tired of waiting for a ghost. Your children grow up seeing you only on video calls. One night, after another grueling mission in the Middle East, where you lost one of your guys, you are sitting in a half-empty bar on base. You stare at your glass of whiskey, and you can't take a sip. A chilling realization builds inside you. You have forgotten how to feel grief. You bury your brothers, but your face remains made of stone. Your hands don't shake. The system burned the weakness out of you so you could work. But along with the weakness, it burned out part of your humanity. What do? Down the glass in one gulp, suppressing the remaining emotions and preparing for the next assault, or step outside and try to call your family, just to hear their voices and feel alive. Choose, freeze feelings, or seek connection. Jimmy sits on the adjacent bar stool. Anesthesia of the soul, he says, looking at the empty glass. To survive in hell, you shut down empathy. You become the perfect, flawless instrument of the state. But when the war ends, only a few can turn their empathy back on. The tragedy of Team 6 is not that they risk their lives. It's that many of them freeze emotionally forever. By the way, if you are watching this video, it means you are looking for the truth, not beautiful Hollywood fairy tales. YouTube algorithms don't like complex, deep content. They hide such videos. Your like and subscription right now is the best way to tell us keep going. One click, do it. We are moving on. Level 4. Public Myth and Secret Reality. Veterans Support Center. 5 years later, your service is over. You are a civilian. Society is obsessed with an incredible, almost religious cult of SEAL Team 6. Blockbusters are filmed about them. Books are written. Former SEALs give interviews, run podcasts, become millionaires. Quiet professionals who suddenly became the loudest people in media. You were also offered a book deal to tell about that specific night in Afghanistan, to reveal the details of the operation, to make a lot of money, provide for your family. But you remember your oath. You remember the brothers who died in silence and remained unknown. Every day on the street, people come up to you, recognizing your tattoos. They genuinely thank you for your service. They think you are a superhero from a movie, an impenetrable piece of steel. But they don't know that you can't sleep at night without pills. That your spine is ruined from heavy loads and your knees creak with every step. That the sound of fireworks on Independence Day makes your body reflexively tense up. You are trapped in a golden cage of the myth of your own invulnerability. No one wants to hear about your pain. Everyone wants to hear a fairy tale about heroes. Level 5. Psychological Archive. Jimmy's Secret Archive. Twilight, you walk down into the basement. Dim light. Endless steel shelves. Jimmy is waiting for you at a metal desk, laying out documents. The platform strictly enforces its rules, so we will not talk about blood or violence. The detective begins, adjusting his hat. We will dissect what happens inside the operator's head, about the rules of psychology that cannot be broken without irreversible consequences. Phenomenon 1. Stress, inoculation, and apathy. Hell Week harshly reprograms the brain's reaction to stress. Jimmy opens the first folder. The brain learns to ignore freezing water, pain, fatigue, and deprivation. The person receives a vaccine against panic. But in civilian life, this mechanism malfunctions. The veteran stops responding to normal stimuli. What brings joy to ordinary people? Buying a new car, a quiet holiday, delicious food evokes nothing but ringing emptiness in him. The brain demands previous doses of adrenaline just to feel something. Psychological first aid. Do not try to artificially seek adrenaline in civilian life through destructive behavior, speed, conflicts. The brain needs to be smoothly warmed up with safe emotions. Deep hobbies, non-lethal sports, helping other people, volunteering. Google, stress inoculation, training psychology. Phenomenon 2, hypervigilance. The snail slowly crawls across the unrolled blueprints of the kill house. Years of training in Green Team force the brain to scan the environment for threats 24/7. In a restaurant, the veteran always sits facing the door. He evaluates the gait of everyone who enters. His nervous system is in a constant state of fight or flight. This frenetically exhausts the body. The adrenal glands burn out from the constant release of cortisol. A person destroys their psyche simply because they cannot relax in their own living room. Psychological first aid, mindfulness, and somatic therapy. You need to physically teach your nervous system to understand the stand-down command. Without professional therapy, body practices, and breath work, the brain will not turn off the radars on its own. Google, hypervigilance, combat veterans, PTSD. Phenomenon 3, identity enmeshment. Being a Navy SEAL is not a job, it is a lifestyle, the detective states. The problem is that when a person is discharged, they lose themselves. If I no longer wear the gold trident, then who am I? Just a regular guy in line for coffee. This leads to a severe identity crisis. The veteran feels like a nobody, a faceless shadow. Psychological first aid. Build your identity on multiple pillars, not just one. You are not just your profession. You are a father, a friend, a creator, a brother. Diversify your personality. If one pillar collapses, you will stand on the others. Google, identity enmeshment, career transition, psychology. Phenomenon 4, the paradox of the quiet professional. Jimmy pulls out the cover of a bestseller by a former special operator from the folder. The ethos of special operations demands absolute silence, but the modern world demands publicity and fame. Those who stay in the shadows, honoring their oath, often experience colossal pressure and resentment. They carry the burden of secrets alone, while others monetize their shared history and become stars. This causes deep internal conflict and a sense of injustice. Psychological first aid. Your value is not measured by likes, sold books, or the recognition of a crowd. True self-respect is born within, not in the comments of fans. Stay true to your personal principles, even if they don't pay for them. Google, quiet professional ethos, psychology. Phenomenon 5, survivor's guilt. Jimmy sighs heavily and puts the documents back in the folder. In elite squadrons, losses are felt like the loss of a part of one's own body. A person returns home and tortures himself for years with the question, why them and not me? I could have done more. I should have been in his place. This guilt burns from the inside, forcing the veteran to subconsciously punish himself. He ruins his marriage, pushes away friends, refusing to be happy because he believes he didn't earn it. Psychological first aid. The only way to honor the memory of fallen brothers is to live a good, worthy life for them, not to destroy your own as a tribute of grief. They gave their lives, not for you to destroy yours. Google, survivor's guilt, military psychology, recovery. The light in the archive goes out. Jimmy dissolves into the shadows. Only the snail remains on the desk, slowly pulling in its horns.
Author's note. Hello, SEAL Team 6, DevGru, Navy SEALs. We often see them in the news as flawless supermen solving insolvable problems. Hollywood sells us the image of invulnerable heroes with square jaws, but behind this shiny myth hide real human lives with destroyed joints, colossal stress, and extremely heavy memories. YouTube and social media only like to show the glossy side. But on this channel, we try to look deeper into the very core of the human mind, because many of these phenomena affect you and me, ordinary civilians, as well. For example, identity enmeshment. Have you never felt completely consumed by your job or status? When your position became the whole meaning of your life? And when something went wrong, or you were fired, did you feel like you lost yourself? Or hypervigilance, when stress at work makes you nervous and snap even at home, and complete safety. Go to the community tab on the Detective Jimmy and Snail channel. I have already created a poll for this episode there. Which psychological trap from this video is the hardest for you in real life? And remember, we strictly follow the platform's rules. We do not promote violence. We promote mental health. Protect your psyche. No system is worth your sanity. This was the Detective Jimmy and Snail channel. See you in the shadows.
From the forests of Canada to California, massive territories burn for weeks, blanketing megacities in dense orange smog. What do you do when the sky turns red and the air quality index AQI hits deadly levels? Important warning: toxic smog causes irreversible lung damage. If local authorities announce an evacuation due to approaching fires, leave immediately. Let's break down the science of survival in extreme smog conditions. Number 1. The Courser-Rosenthal box hack. When smog hits, home air purifiers sell out in hours. You will need a standard square box fan for MERV 13 rated air filters used for HVAC systems, some cardboard and duct tape. Tape the filters together to form a cube, sealing the corners tightly. Place the fan on top so it blows air upwards, and seal the bottom with cardboard. This DIY cube filters air faster and more efficiently. Number 2. The mask illusion. The biggest mistake during smog is wearing surgical masks or cloth face coverings. They are absolutely useless for smoke protection. You need an N95, KN95, or P100 rated respirator. Only they can filter out 95% of deadly. If you have a beard, the respirator will not work. Air always takes the path of least resistance, so dirty smoke will be sucked in through the gaps between your facial hair and the mask. For perfect protection, you must be clean-shaven. Number 3. The positive pressure trick. You closed all the windows, but the smell of smoke is still seeping into your apartment. It is impossible to perfectly seal old window frames. The solution is to create positive pressure inside the room. Take a powerful fan, tightly attach MERV13 filter to it, and place it in the only slightly opened window, blowing inward. Seal the rest of the gaps. Due to the pressure difference, the clean air will begin to push itself outward through all the micro cracks in the house, preventing dirty smog from entering. Number 4. The vacuum danger. When smog lingers, fine toxic ash settles on all surfaces in your home. If your vacuum does not have a true HEPA filter, you will just kick the settled ash back into the air. The vacuum will spray invisible particles right into your face, ruining the air quality. Instead, strictly use wet cleaning methods, wiping up dust with damp cloths that must be washed immediately. Acrid smoke causes severe inflammation of the eyes and sinuses. Washing your face with tap water won't flush out microscopic ash. By lubricating eye drops, artificial tears in advance, along with a saline nasal spray, use them every few hours. This physically flushes toxic particles out of your mucous membranes, preventing allergic reactions and microtrauma to your blood vessels. Number 6. The AQI mapping. Do not trust what you see out the window. The smoke might not look dense, but the air could be highly toxic. Always check the air quality map on Purple Air or the Air Visual app. They use data from thousands of private laser sensors. If the number is over 150, that is the red zone. Cancel all outdoor activities. If it is over 300, it is a hazardous zone. Do not leave your house, even with a respirator, unless absolutely necessary. Number 7. The Hollywood fire lesson. In 2018, the monstrous Woolsey fire destroyed hundreds of homes in Malibu, California, turning even the luxurious mansions of Hollywood stars to ash. Many thought expensive smart home and sprinkler systems would save them, but it was a myth. The only homes that survived were those whose owners had created a 100-foot defensible space, completely clearing away all dry vegetation and brush around the building. But the worst nightmare awaited those whose homes miraculously survived. People returned to their fire-untouched mansions, but living in them was impossible. Fine toxic ash had penetrated through ventilation and microcracks. It soaked into the furniture, carpets, drywall, and framing. The houses were literally saturated with carcinogens. Insurance companies refused to pay out because the house technically didn't burn. But staying inside gave residents chronic asthma and severe smoke poisoning. The main lesson: if your home survives a wildfire but wasn't sealed, you cannot just open the windows and air it out. You will need a professional chemical cleaning of the entire building. Number 8. The harsh reality of the aftermath. Now let's face the harsh truth. What do you do if disaster strikes and your house burns down or becomes toxic? The reality is that millions of climate refugees face a bureaucratic hell. The government will not build you a new house in a week. If your house burns down, it will take months or years to get insurance payouts. And if it just got soaked in smoke, insurers will try to deny your claim, citing a lack of direct flame impingement. What should you do right now? First, immediately take photos of every corner of your house on your phone, including all electronics and furniture, and upload them to the cloud. This will be your only proof for the court and insurance. Second, if the house is smoke damaged, do not try to clean it with bleach. Chlorine will chemically react with the ash and create a poisonous gas. Look for restoration companies that use industrial ozone generators and thermal fogging. Only they can break down soot molecules on a chemical level. Third, mentally prepare to move. If your region burns every year, moving is not a defeat, it is evolution. No air filters will save you if the surrounding infrastructure is destroyed. Sometimes the best way to survive is to leave the past behind and start over. Now let's break down the theory. Why is wildfire smoke so deadly? The whole problem lies in PM 2.5 particles. These are microscopic fragments of soot and ash, which are 30 times thinner than a human hair. When you breathe in normal dust, it gets trapped in your nose and throat. But PM 2.5 particles are so incredibly small that they bypass all the body's defense barriers. They penetrate the deepest alveoli of your lungs, and from there, they enter your bloodstream directly. Once in the blood, they cause systemic inflammation, increasing the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and asthma tenfold. How did ancient cavemen survive building fires inside closed caves? After all, they breathed in smog every single day. They survived thanks to two things: aerodynamics, and evolution. Ancient humans chose caves with specific drafting, where smoke from the fire traveled up the ceiling arch and out without sinking down. Furthermore, recent genetic studies show that Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens developed a genetic mutation. This mutation increased their tolerance to smoke toxins, allowing them to withstand carbon monoxide concentrations that would send a modern human to the hospital. If you like this format of survival through the lens of science, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new useful videos. Let us know in the comments if you have ever faced a red sky in your city. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and breathe clean air. In 2026, global anxiety levels are breaking all records. The news cycle, the economy, and climate crises are pushing nervous systems to the brink. Millions of people are losing the ability to sleep normally, and sleep deprivation is not just fatigue. It is a direct threat to your survival. Important warning: this video is strictly for educational purposes. Experimenting with extreme sleep deprivation is highly dangerous to physical and mental health. Use these emergency protocols only in real crisis scenarios, not for fun. Let's break down the scientific approach to sleep biohacking under extreme stress. Number 1. The US Navy 2-minute method. Military pilots have to sleep to the sound of explosions and under constant stress. The US Navy developed a method that allows you to fall asleep in 2 minutes 96% of the time. Its core principle lies in the sequential physical shutdown of the body. First, relax your facial muscles, including your jaw and the muscles around your eyes. Then, drop your shoulders as low as possible to release tension, and relax your arms all the way down to your fingertips. Take a deep exhale, relaxing your chest, and scan your attention down your legs from top to bottom. When your body feels like heavy dead weight, you must clear your mind for 10 seconds. If thoughts start creeping in, repeat one phrase in your head: don't think, don't think, don't think. This blocks internal dialogue, and your brain plunges into sleep. Number 2. The core temperature drop. It seems logical to sleep in a warm, cozy bed, but science says otherwise. For your brain to enter deep sleep, your core body temperature must drop by 1 to 2 degrees Fahrenheit. This is exactly why it is so hard to fall asleep on hot summer nights. The ultimate hack is to take a hot shower or bath an hour before bed. When you step out of a hot bath into a cool room, your body temperature will begin to plummet rapidly. This sharp temperature drop acts as a biological kill switch, sending a massive signal to your brain that it is time to sleep. Number 3. The cognitive shuffle. You lie in bed, and your brain starts chewing on anxious thoughts. How do you stop this racing stream? Use the cognitive shuffle method. Your goal is to simulate the process that naturally occurs as you fall asleep. When we fall asleep, the brain generates random, disconnected images, microdreams. Start intentionally visualizing completely random objects: a red brick, a fluffy cat, a car tire, a green apple. Hold each image for a few seconds and move to the next. Your brain literally cannot worry about tomorrow, while simultaneously visualizing random objects. This meaningless chain of images tricks your cortisol system, and your brain concludes that you are already asleep. Number 4. The red light hack. We all know that blue light from smartphones destroys sleep. The blue spectrum physically blocks the production of melatonin, the sleep hormone, but simply turning down the screen brightness is not enough. The solution is to switch all your screens and room lights to the red spectrum. 2 hours before bed, use only red light. iPhones and Androids have hidden accessibility settings that allow you to overlay a harsh red color filter across the entire screen. Red light has the longest wavelength and has absolutely zero impact on your circadian rhythms and melatonin production. Number 5. Noise masking versus canceling. When you live in a noisy city or you're highly stressed, every sound makes you flinch. Many people buy active noise cancelling ANC headphones. But in total silence, ANC headphones can create an uncomfortable pressure vacuum in your ears. And any sharp sound that breaks through sounds like a gunshot. Instead of canceling noise, use noise masking. Turn on brown noise on a smart speaker or place a powerful fan right next to your bed. This creates a thick wall of low-frequency sound. It physically blankets and dissolves sharp, jarring noises like sirens, barking dogs, or loud neighbors, instantly calming your nervous system. Number 6. The polyphasic fallback. What if a crisis or work schedule means you simply do not have 8 hours for sleep? Do not try to sleep in fragmented 2-hour chunks. It will destroy your psyche. Use controlled polyphasic sleep. The safest protocol is anchor sleep. Sleep in one continuous block for 4 to 5 hours at night. This is your anchor. And during the day, add 2 strictly limited naps of 20 minutes each. Crucial rule: the daytime nap must never exceed 20 minutes. If you sleep for 40 minutes, you will enter deep, slow-wave sleep, and waking up from it will leave you feeling completely groggy and shattered. Number 7. The coronasomnia lesson. In the early 2020s, the entire world faced a phenomenon of mass stress-induced insomnia known as coronasomnia. Millions of people locked in their homes physically couldn't sleep due to relentless anxiety. Even top executives and Hollywood stars, with access to the best doctors, suffered from nocturnal panic attacks. People panic-bought sleeping pills. But the medication only caused chemical dependency, not healthy, restorative sleep. At the same time, doctors and military personnel working 20-hour shifts in the epicenter of the crisis survived precisely through hardcore biohacking. They used the US Navy method and anchor sleep, learning to shut down their emotions and sleep on command to preserve their sanity. The main lesson of modern crises: you cannot control the madness of the outside world, but you have an obligation to control the biochemistry of your brain. Those who know how to sleep in the eye of the storm always survive and make the sharpest decisions. Number 8. Busted. Sleep myths. In a crisis, there are many dangerous myths surrounding sleep during stressful times. Myth number 1. Alcohol helps you fall asleep. The truth is, alcohol is a powerful sedative. It does quickly knock you out like anesthesia, but it completely blocks your rapid eye movement REM sleep phase. As a result, your brain does not repair itself, and you wake up even more exhausted. Myth number 2. You can stay awake all week and catch up on sleep on the weekend. Science has long proven that sleep debt cannot simply be repaid. Chronic sleep deprivation causes microdamage at the neurological level. You cannot compensate for 5 days of 4-hour sleep by simply sleeping 12 hours on Sunday. The brain just doesn't work that way. Number 9. The harsh reality of the aftermath. But what do you do if the crisis drags on and you break under the pressure? Let's be brutally honest. Biohacking has its limits. The truth is, it is impossible to be a Superman forever. If you remain in a traumatizing situation for years, your brain will start to destroy your body. If you have lost the ability to sleep, even with heavy medication, your primary directive is to physically extract yourself from the source of stress, no matter the cost. Change your job, move to another city, cut off toxic relationships. Many people endure the suffering for years because they are afraid of losing money, status, or a house. But the harsh reality is this: money and possessions mean absolutely nothing if your brain is dying from a lack of deep sleep, and your immune system is obliterated by cortisol. You will have to make the hardest choice of your life. Admitting defeat to your current circumstances and retreating in order to survive is not a weakness. It is the highest form of intelligence and self-preservation. Now let's break down the theory. What physically happens to the brain during sleep deprivation? Why is a lack of sleep so dangerous for survival? When you don't sleep, toxic proteins and adenosine build up in your brain. But the most terrifying changes happen in your emotional center. Your amygdala, the region responsible for fear and anxiety, loses its connection to the prefrontal cortex, the logic center. The amygdala becomes 60% more hyperreactive. Your brain slips into a state of primal panic. You lose the ability to make rational decisions. Your cortisol levels skyrocket. Your muscles burn away, and your immune system collapses. Without sleep, a human becomes physically and mentally defenseless. How did ancient humans sleep in a savanna full of nocturnal predators? Why weren't they eaten while they lay unconscious? Scientists explain this through the sentinel hypothesis. A tribe never slept all at the same time. Evolution specifically created genetic night owls and early birds. While some tribe members went to bed early and slept the first half of the night, others sat by the fire, guarding the camp, only falling asleep towards dawn. Because of this natural, staggered shift in circadian rhythms, there was always someone awake in the tribe. Differences in sleep schedules are not a modern bad habit. They are an ancient evolutionary defense mechanism of our species. If you like this format of survival through the lens of science, make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new useful videos. Let us know in the comments how many hours of sleep you usually manage to get. Thanks for watching. Take care of yourself and sleep tight. Level 0 Recruitment Center, Aubaine, south of France. Noon, you open your eyes. The air smells of cheap tobacco, sweat, and old barracks paint. Outside, the Mediterranean sun is scorching, but inside the room, it is cold and dark. You stand in front of a wooden table. Behind the desk sits a corporal with an impassive face. On his head is a spotlessly white kepi. In your hands is a blue US passport. You didn't come here because life was good. Some have debts behind them. Some have a broken career or emptiness that cannot be filled in the wealthy states. Here, in the French Foreign Legion, no one cares about your past. The corporal reaches out. Passport, he says in broken English. If you hand it over, your life as a US citizen ends right now. In the Legion, the rule of anonymat applies. They will take your name, your last name, your date of birth. They will invent a new identity for you, issue new documents for the rest of the world, for your family and banks. You will simply disappear. Your only home will be the Legion. Legio Patria Nostra. The Legion is our homeland. Behind you, the door creaks. This is your last chance to leave, to return to your debts, to your depression, to your predictable American life. What do you do? Turn around and leave, keeping your name or hand